All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the One Stop Truck event. For the next 15 minutes, we'll be doing some housekeeping items and making sure everyone is familiar with this platform and the tools available to you. My name is Kat Talamontes, and I am an air pollution specialist in the Transportation and Clean Technology branch at the California Air Resources Board, or CARB. And I will be one of your MCs today, along with Bruce Tudor and Tomi Amundsen, our Zoom producer.
Hello, everyone, and I am Bruce Tudor. I am the manager in our compliance assistance and outreach section. And I just wanted to introduce Mac Asnashari. He's the orchestrator of our event today, and you may hear him pop in from time to time throughout the day, especially if we forget to mention anything or to keep us on time. Mac?
Thank you, Bruce. Yeah, my name is Mac Asnashari. I want to thank everyone for joining us today. Also, thank all the presenters and behind the scenes staff. Also, Kelly Ping, my partner in this, for helping out. And I want to send it back to Tomi to kind of go through some of our Zoom producer today to go some of the housekeeping items. Tomi?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Mac. Bruce and Kat, appreciate it. And so yeah, the first 15 minutes, we're going to have some items that we're going to go through. First thing is our interpretation options. We do have Spanish interpretation is being provided today. If you like, there is an interpretation channel that you can go ahead and select that will carry you over to Spanish and or Punjabi. Then you'll select the channels that pop up. Obviously, if you just want to listen in English, you'll stay on English. Select Spanish if you want to, and then it gives you the option to mute the original audio, which basically will just only include the interpreters. So our first slide here is and in order to use the interpretation channel, you need to be using the downloaded desktop version of Zoom. It will not work very well on the browser version. So if you have any issues, please using this or need interpretation assistance, you'll see the email right here, Kelly Ping. You're going to go ahead and email her, and then we'll be able to assist you. So I'm going to same thing, just iterate. So we have the Punjabi translation, same thing for our Punjabi folk, anyone who needs Punjabi interpretation. Going to select that interpretation channel, select Punjabi, and then that will give you access to that. And the same thing, if you want to mute the original audio, it basically removes the English interpretation, which is basically the inflection of the tones of when we speak. So great. Housekeeping items. If you need help with the platform, you can use the chat icon tool. This is what you're going to be using just to have any technical questions. You're going to pop that up on there. For our Q&A portion, there is a Q&A tab on there. It literally says Q&A. You're going to go ahead and select that, answer your questions on there, and then our content experts will be answering it today and or bring it to the attention of our respective panelists at the end of the presentation. So thank you very much. Presentations are available for download. You see the link right there. We'll also be getting it put into the chat. You can go ahead and click on that and be able to see the presentations that are posted. This is the presentation page that it'll take you to. It'll also give you access to the agenda on there. Oops, excuse me. Yeah, so there'll be some other information in there as well. So then we're going to go through a couple of polls before we start out today at 9 o'clock. I'm going to launch the first one. And this poll question is, how did you find out about this? And this is also to test the functionality of the poll. We have 3 additional questions, so I'll leave it up here for about another 30 seconds or so. You go ahead and select. You have some options. I received an email from CARB. Friend let me know about it. A vendor told me about it. I found it through CARB's website or other. So we're at about 61%. I think we'll let it get to about 80% since we have about 112 folks on this morning. And again, welcome if you're just joining us. I have this poll up, so you're going to go ahead and take that. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and end the poll now. Looks like we've flattened it out pretty good. I'll give it about 5 more seconds. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to end the poll. I'm going to share results. So great. We have, you received an email from CARB. That's awesome. About 77% of you. Again, thank you for being able to join us today. We have coming in at second as your friend let you know about 11%, about 11% from CARB's website, and another means as well. So thank you very much for that. So we're going to move on to our next poll. Great. So what is the main reason you decided to spend time with us today? So you have some options. Option A, I'm new to trucking, running off-road equipment in California. And also I wanted to say on the polls, if you're not seeing it on the whole screen, you can actually pull it over and enlarge it so that you can see the whole question. And we're going to have a couple of questions that are like that today. So B, I need a refresher about regulations applied to me. C, my boss requested that I attend. D, I received a citation from CARB. E, I need to learn about reporting my vehicle equipment to CARB. F, I would like more information on zero-emission technologies. And G, other. So I'll guys give you a minute to think about that. And I'll do the same thing when we get to about, let's say 75%. Awesome. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. Thank you for everyone who participated. We're going to share our results. All right, so perfect. It looks like need a refresher about regulations apply to me is the #1 answer. So thank you again for that. Appreciate it. And then we'll go ahead and move on to our next poll. All right, and this one is what is your fleet size? So if you could just please let us know. And your options are A, 1 through 3. B, 4 through 10, C, 11 through 20, D, 21 through 50, E, 51 through 100, F, over 100 vehicles / equipment. And so the polls that we're running right now are actually just kind of getting us started, getting you used to. We will be running polls throughout the session today, so give you an opportunity to get familiar with that, how to use the system, how to use chat, how to use the Q&A. In about 6 minutes, we're going to kick off into our presentations for the day. So again, thank you again for joining us. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. And we got one final question here. And then, so our last poll is, where does your business operate? Vehicles and equipment, or equipment. So we have options on there, multiple states, nationwide, international, Northern California, Central Valley, Central Coast, and Southern California. We're about 57% on this. Currently at 121 participants today. So thank you again for, if you're just joining us, this is the CARB one-stop trucking virtual event. And we'll be officially launching into our presentations in about 5 minutes. And same thing once we get to about, if you're just popping in, you'll see a poll question that that came up. Go ahead and answer that for us. All right. So I'll go ahead and end the poll here and we'll share our results. Looks like we flattened out. Oh, a couple more people answering. There we go. And as a reminder, if you're just joining us, chat function you're going to use today for any technical questions. And then any questions that you have, you're going to go ahead and use the Q&A tab on there. Great. So I see we've had a question come in the chat. Laurel, if you can go ahead and just throw that to the Q&A, that would be awesome as well. And also at the end of the day, we're going to have a couple breaks on there. We'll be pausing for lunch. And then at the very end of the day, we're actually going to have an evaluation of the whole webinar. So you're going to receive that evaluation after we close it. And then you also see a reminder to complete the evaluation. Really appreciate you all taking the time to do that, to give us feedback on future virtual one-stops that we do. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll here. We'll share our results. And then, so great, we got a pretty good mix of everyone in here. 34% from multiple states, nationwide or international. Actually, most of you are here from Northern California, so welcome. We have 19% from Central Valley, 13% from Central Coast, and then Southern California, also 31%. So again, thank you for everyone for joining us today. We appreciate it. All right. That's where we're at for today. We're going to be going and kicking off in about 2 minutes. So it's a last opportunity now. If you're just joining us, just make sure you're all situated, that you're good to go. And then in terms of communication with our panel today, again, if you have any questions for in regards to the content, you're going to go ahead and use the Q&A widget icon down at the bottom. If you have any technical issues, you're going to use the chat. You want to keep an eye on chat because we are going to be putting out links to the agenda, links to our website, any items that the CARB website during our presentations. If there's any links that we need to direct you to, those will all be dropped in chat. And then in terms of questions answered, those are going to be answered by our content experts via the Q&A. We will also be pausing at the end of each presentation to read the questions that come in from the audience to our respective presenters for their sessions. So again, welcome, and thank you again for taking time to join us today. We're going to get started here it's 8:59. We'll get started at 9 o'clock.
Yes. So
All right.
before we get into the presentations, we're going to run through the housekeeping again. So good morning, everyone who is just joining us, and welcome to the One Stop Truck events. And again, my name is Kat Talamontes, and I am an air pollution specialist in the Transportation and Clean Technology branch at CARB. And I will be one of your MCs today, along with Bruce Tudor and our Zoom producer, Tomia Munson.
All right, and thank you, Kat. And once again, I am Bruce Tudor. I'm a manager in our compliance assistance and outreach section. As many of you know, we have put these on for a number of years, both in person and virtually, and we hope you're going to get a lot out of this today. We'll be talking about our current regulations, both diesel and zero emission. We'll be talking a little bit about—
Aldo,
yeah.
we're hearing you.
What?
We are hearing Aldo's in English channel. Aldo, can you go back to your channel? I'm hearing you there. Sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
That's all right. No, sorry. So at that point, I think I'll just move on to Mac, who you just heard, and he will be popping in occasionally if there's an issue like that, to keep us on time and so forth. So Matt.
Thank you very much. Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We'll also introduce Tommy, our our producer here today to go over some of our housekeeping items. Tommy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, again, welcome everyone. Thank you again for joining us. Appreciate it. So let's get right into it. If you're just joining us today, we have some options for you in terms of how we are offering the presentation today. We have English as a primary, and then we have Spanish. You're going to see these interpretation icons at the bottom of your toolbar. So you're going to go ahead and select that if any of you need to hear our translation in either Spanish or in Punjabi as well. If you have any issues using the interpretation channel, you have also, you're going to email Kelly Ping at ARB. Here is her email address right here for you. Also going to go to the Punjabi slide. Same thing, just to reiterate, we do have a Punjabi channel as well. You're going to select the interpretation channel, scroll past Spanish, and then Punjabi will there. Go ahead and select that channel. You also have the option to mute the primary speaking, which is if it was English and it's in the Spanish channel, you'll hear 80% English and then, or excuse me, 80% Spanish and 20% English inflection. So you can remove that if you like. All right. Need help troubleshooting with the platform. Your best bet for being able to view the webinar today is the Zoom desktop app. If you're using the web version of Zoom, you absolutely can use it, but just know that that may limit your ability to things like taking a poll, also using the interpretation channel. So you want to be doing that. Any troubleshooting that you need, you go ahead and technical assistance, you're going to go ahead and use the chat feature icon. Questions for speakers today, please use the Q&A button on there. So it says Q&A. So we're going to go ahead and select that, ask your question, and then our content experts will be going through and answering your questions. Anything that we can't answer today, we'll get back to you at a later date. At the end of today, we're going to ask you to take an attendee survey. This really helps us in our future one-stop virtual events. So please take the time and complete that. That will pop up as soon as I end the webinar today at 3:15. For any reason that you need to leave early, not to worry. There will be a reminder email with a link to the survey that will go out to you tomorrow as well. So feel free to participate that way. Presentations are available for download. We have a link here. Forgive me, I don't think the scan me is working, but you do have a link here and we'll also throw it in chat. So we will work on that. And then, okay, so then we're going to go ahead and move on to our next one. This is the landing page for the site. If you click on it, you'll be able to get to the Punjabi. And then also Kelly, thank you, Kelly, just put in the PDFs of today's presentation. They are in English. You also have them in Spanish and Punjabi. Just as a quick note, the last our funding presentation for today, we had a slight content change. So that will be the one presentation where it is posted, but there might be a slight deviation from what you have versus today's version. So just please know that in advance. All right. So Kat, you want to go ahead and go through these polls, or would you like me to run them through?
I can run through them.
Okay.
That's totally fine with me.
Perfect. Then I will launch the results at your cue.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we'll start with the first poll question, and it's what types of vehicles or equipment make up your fleet, and choose all that apply so you can select multiple answers. So light duty vehicles that have a gross vehicle weight rating between 18,501 and 14,000 pounds, medium duty vehicles class 4 through 5, medium duty vehicles class 6, heavy duty vehicles class 7 through 8, buses, off-road construction equipment or vehicles, transport refrigeration units or reefers, forklifts, or cargo handling equipment. Give it a little bit of time here. And again, choose all that apply. And Tommy, how are we doing on the answers?
Sorry, we are at 45% and going up right
Okay.
now.
We'll give it some more time.
Absolutely. And now we're about 50%. We have 142 currently on the webinar.
Okay, I think we're good to move on to the next one if you can show the results.
Okay, absolutely. And there you go.
All right, so it looks like the majority with 80% were the heavy duty vehicles class 7 through 8, following with the medium duty vehicles class 6 with 61%. All right, thank you for answering that. And we can go ahead and move on to the next question, which is what role in the trucking industry best describes you? And this is a single choice answer. So A, truck or equipment owner and operator, B, a driver or operator, C, a truck or equipment owner, but not usually a driver or operator, D, a fleet manager, E, administrative or clerical, F, repair technician, G, broker or dispatcher, H, sales or dealership, or I, environmental consultant or government affairs, or J, other. So go ahead and pick what best describes your role in the trucking industry.
And right now, Kat, we're about 53%.
Okay. Give it a little bit more time. Okay, and where are we at now, Tony?
63%, 92 of 146 have participated.
Okay, so a few more seconds. Okay, and we can go ahead and reveal those answers now. Thank you. Okay, so it looks like the majority is fleet manager with 38%, followed by 17% with administrative and clerical, and then 16% environmental consultant and government affairs. Okay, and if we can move to the final question for now, Tony.
Yep, here we go.
Thank you. So the third question is, what information is most important for you to hear about today? So this is another multiple choice answer, so pick all that apply. So A, what on-road regulations do I need to know about? So the rules that apply to on-road medium and heavy duty vehicles and buses, tractor trailers, zero emission trucks, buses, and fleets with 2 or more heavy duty vehicles. B, what off-road regulations do I need to know about, like those that apply to reefers, forklifts, workover rigs, etc. C, how do CARB programs ensure my engine will meet CARB's requirements? D, what do I need to know about the heavy duty vehicle inspection and maintenance program? E, what zero emissions technology is available for my business vehicles or equipment these days, and how do I get started bringing zero emissions vehicles into my fleet? F, what does a California Air Resources Board, or CARB, as you'll hear throughout the day, enforcement inspection involve? G, what does a California Highway Patrol, or CHP, basic inspection of terminals, also known as BIT, involve? H, what funding is available to help me purchase a vehicle? or I have a specific question about compliance for my fleet. So again, it's multiple choice, choose multiple and choose all that apply to you.
And also, some of these answers are long. If you want to be able, there's two ways that you can read the whole answer. You can either expand the box using your mouse key, or you can hover your mouse over each option and you'll actually be able to see all of the text on there. So just want to let folks know that. And Kat, currently we're at 54% completed. We have 149 now on the webinar.
Okay. Give it a little bit more time. Okay, and where are we at now, Tomi?
63%, 95 out of 150.
Okay. Okay, and we'll go ahead and reveal those, please, Tomi. Okay, thank you. So at 83%, primarily had to do with the on-road regulations that apply, with 49% regarding the off-road regulations, 64% regarding the HDINM regulation, or excuse me, yeah, the program. Okay, so thank you for that, Tomi. We'll go ahead and move on to the agenda today, and we have a great lineup. So in general, our virtual one-stop trucks events are designed to help you understand what you need to do to comply, what you may want to start doing to prepare for the future, and how you might get assistance in doing so, and more specifically, what you can expect to get from this event today. We have existing and future internal combustion engine regulations for on-road vehicles, existing and future internal combustion engine regulations for off-road vehicles, or excuse me, off-road fleets, existing and future regulations regarding zero-emission vehicles or equipment, what to consider when getting ready for or to add zero-emission vehicles and equipment to your fleet, what to expect during an inspection of your vehicles in a CHP BIT inspection or an inspection by CARB's enforcement team, what we can learn from heavy-duty zero-emission pilot and demonstration events that CARB has funded, and incentive funding and loans for the purchase of new or used vehicles or equipment. And we will plan to take our first break following the first two presentations, and it'll be around 10:35 to 10:50, and then we will take a lunch break from 12:10 to 1:05 later on. And again, you can find a link to the agenda on the event webpage, and we will also drop a link to it in the chat now. Kelly, if you could do that for me, please.
Yep, it's in there.
Thank you. Okay. And then before we get into our first presentation, we have one final poll question for you. If you could pull that up, please, Tomi. Thank you. And in which language are you primarily listening to today's presentations? So we have A for English, B Spanish, or C Punjabi.
And Kat, we're currently at 59% completed the poll.
Perfect. We'll give it a few more seconds.
Sure.
Okay, and if you could show those answers, please, Tommy. Perfect, thank you. So it looks like the majority is English. Okay. Thank you all for participating in those polls. Please continue to do so throughout the day. So now we'll go ahead and get started with our presentations. So first up, we have Randy Opfer, air pollution specialist and our longtime trainer, who will share his extensive knowledge of the regulations that are currently applicable to medium and heavy duty on-road vehicles. So Randy, please take it away.
Thanks, Kat. First of all, I want to make sure everybody can hear me all right. Is that coming across fine?
We can hear you, Randy.
Awesome. All right. Now I got to check to see that I have control of this thing.
You should have it after about 5 seconds. I
Okay.
gave you remote control.
All right. Okay, there we go. All right. Good morning, everybody. Some of you may have heard me in previous classes before. I want to let you know that besides the training going on today, we do have a regular set of classes that we conduct pretty much every week for webinars. So if you need more information on any of the topics that I'm going to be speaking to today, we do have long form versions of the same material. This morning, I'm going to give you a regulatory overview of some of the rules that are in place and have been in place for some time. This is the actual list of things that I'm going to cover until we get to the off-road portion. When we get to off-road, I'm going to turn this over to Katie King, who is a coworker of mine, and she'll cover the last two sections. So first things first, we're going to talk about the truck and bus regulation. Many of you have had to deal with the truck and bus regulatory requirements for some time now. This regulation has actually been in place since around 2010, and the first requirements actually came into being or were actually implemented in the 2012 timeframe. We're actually toward the end period for all the requirements for this regulatory program. The end of this year is going to be pretty much the last requirement timeframe for most of the vehicles that fall into this regulation. Now, I say most, there are some that are going to go past that, and we'll talk about that as we go through. Who does this regulation require to do anything? Well, who's under this regulation? First of all, if you operate a diesel truck in California with a gross vehicle weight of more than 14,000 pounds, there's a likelihood that this vehicle, your vehicle, falls under this regulation. It has to be a diesel truck, and any form of diesel fuel actually would be falling under this requirement. Some people don't realize there are many different forms of diesel fuel, more than 20 different formulations actually. If it's running on a diesel cycle, it's considered a diesel engine. This rule actually applies to a lot of different entities. So any person that owns one of the vehicles, as I've described, any business that owns one of these vehicles, any federal government agency that owns one of these vehicles, owns and operates, and if you happen to be a private utility, you own it, the requirements do apply to you. If you rent or lease one of these vehicles, there is a possibility that you do have some requirements related to this. I will say at this point that the rental issue under this regulatory program is not as significant as it was in the very early stages of the rule. It more or less requires that when you rent one of these vehicles, who is responsible for compliance has to be dictated by what's in the actual rental agreement. If there's a paragraph that says that you are, then the responsibility falls to you, the renter. If the paragraph is not there, then it defaults to the company doing the renting. That is primarily what we see. There's also a requirement in this regulation for anybody that sells vehicles that fall under this rule. Now, we're not making you make the vehicles compliant when you want to sell them. What we're saying here is that if you're going to sell a vehicle that falls under this rule, you have an obligation to warn the person or notify the person or entity that you're selling that vehicle to that there is a regulation that applies. Now, that warning or notification is only required if you are selling the vehicle to someone who's going to be operating it in the state of California. If you're selling it outside the state or outside the country and you do not believe there's going to be any use in California, then that notification is not required. Public agencies and utility fleets, I mention that only because if you are part of a public agency other than a federal government fleet, There is a completely separate rule that covers your white fleet vehicles. It was put in place prior to the truck and bus regulation, and it is still in place until a new regulatory program comes out. But that is what you fall under, not the truck and bus rule. That has been a point of contention or confusion in the past. One last thing that I'd like to say about the requirements in this rule of compliance is related to California-based brokers and dispatchers. Now, this is one of the first regulatory programs where ARB actually did this, and that is we instituted or included language that requires anybody hiring somebody with a vehicle that falls under this fleet to make sure or do some due diligence to ensure that that vehicle is actually in compliance with this rule. If you don't, at least ask the question about whether or not the vehicles and the owners that own them are in compliance, then there is a possibility that you could be held responsible for the actual citation if and when it's ever written to that particular vehicle. All right, private utilities, they were mentioned on the last slide a couple times. I did want to let those folks that are members of private utilities or workers for private utilities understand that initially private utilities were covered under the public agency and utility regulation that I spoke of just a moment ago. Until January 1st of 2021, that is. On that date, if you have a vehicle that was owned and operated by a private utility, then that vehicle now is folded into the requirements of the truck and bus regulation. Now, what is a private utility? Usually it's considered a privately owned company. It can be similar to ones that you understand as utilities, but it's privately held, not owned and operated by a municipality. If you're still unsure about this, whether or not you do have requirements related to being a private utility, we will mention this number several times today, I'm sure. But we do have a hotline that you can contact, and the young men and women that operate that hotline and answer those phones will be able to lead you through to understanding whether or not the truck and bus regulation applies to your vehicle. Now, this vehicle, the truck and bus rule, is actually broken into two different types of requirement, and it's based upon two things. The first thing that it's based upon is the weight class of your vehicle. If your vehicle, now all the vehicles have to be over 14,000 pounds gross vehicle weight rating. That's, in order to be included in the rule, that is a must. If your vehicle is over 14,000 pounds, but not over 26,000 pounds, so that inclusive category, 14,001 up to and including 26,000 pounds, you might even, coordinate this with industry standards. This weight class is also known as class 4, 5, and 6. If that describes your vehicle, then the requirement on the page before you is your basic requirement. The first thing I want to say about this, though, is that as long as your vehicle meets the standards in this particular chart for a light vehicle, there is no reporting required in order for you to maintain your compliance. The reporting system for this regulation was never absolutely required. There are reasons you would want to be in the reporting system, but it's not an absolute requirement at this point. So here's the way this works. First of all, we've determined, based on the slide that's in front of you, that you have a light vehicle, again, class 4, 5, or 6. It's in this rule, so it's a diesel on-road operating in California. What you need to understand is what the requirement is based on the model year of that engine, and then a particular date associated with that model year. Now, the chart is broken into those two categories, and you can see them on the screen. The engine model year is on the left-hand side, and that date is on the right-hand side. Now, that date is very important because that date is the date at which, or by which, the vehicle in question has to meet 2010 emission standards, 2010 model year engine emission standards, in order to legally operate in California. Many people don't understand exactly what meeting 2010 emission standards means. Well, that means you have a 2010 or newer model year engine. To put it a little bit more simply, though, you're going to have a diesel particulate filter on that engine, and most likely you're going to have a system that uses the DEF fluid. This is known as a selective catalytic reduction, or SCR system. And if you have both those things and you're out driving in California, your vehicle, regardless of the class, is in compliance with the truck and bus rule. That is what this rule pushes vehicles to go towards is 2010 model year compliance. Now, you can see on this chart that there's really only one column or one row left in the timeline. That is to say that any vehicle that's in this light class that has a 2007, 2008, or 2009 model year engine is no longer compliant as it was built at the end of this year. By January 1st, 2023, that vehicle and its engine need to meet 2010 model year emission standards. Those vehicles, the 07, 08, and 09 engines, they have filters from the factory, but they don't have the DEF tank system. So that's the difference. Now, you may be asking, what am I supposed to do with this vehicle at the end of this year or by the end of this year? There really only are a few choices. One is to replace, one is to retire, and one is to drop it down to low use. I'm going to talk about low use in just a few moments, so hold your questions about that. But at the end of this year, basically all the vehicles in this weight class, with a few exceptions, are going to have to meet that 2010 model year emission standard. Now, for the larger class of vehicles, these would be those vehicles that are more than 26,000 pounds. And again, with the industry standard being class 7 or 8, if that makes more sense, you have a little bit different chart. It reads fairly similarly. And again, if your vehicle's engine is in compliance with this chart, then the reporting system is not an absolute requirement. We'll talk more in a few moments about why you might want to actually report, but let's read through this chart. As with the last chart, we only have one more row left in this that has any requirement upcoming. That is the 07 again through the 09 engine model vehicles in this weight class. They also, by the end of this year, have to meet 2010 model year emission standards. And it's the same as I was saying before, retire, replace, and drop down to low use. There is one other option that I'd like to talk about with relation to these larger vehicles, because I know some of you have looked into this, maybe some of you have done this, and it's fine, but that is the option to repower. So when you take a vehicle in to have the engine either repowered or rebuilt, you might think you're making the vehicle cleaner, and you are, but under the technical specifications for this rule, an engine, once it's built to a particular standard, it stays at that standard. So when you rebuild an engine at any dealership, all you're doing is making that engine more like it was when it was new. You're not changing the emission certification standards. In order to do that, you have to repower the engine, which means taking the old engine out and putting a different or newer engine in that meets a newer model year engine standard. This has been a choice, as I said, for many people who don't want to get rid of their trucks. They want to repower them so they can keep operating with the same vehicle. And like I said, that is a choice. You'd have to go through a dealership or some other entity that does it 100% the way the manufacturer requires, but that is a choice again. All right. Throughout the term of this regulatory program, there have been a lot of different options that you could apply for and qualify for to change your path. Now, it says here flexibility options, and that's what we've called them. Flexibility options in this regulation have always been paths that a owner operator could choose because of some type of understanding about their vehicle or their operation. There have been more than 20 different flexibility options. Some of them were based on the size of your fleet. For example, we used to have a small fleet option, and that would apply to any fleet that had 3 or fewer vehicles. That option is no longer in play. It actually came to term at the end or the beginning of 2018. But there are a few options, flexibility options, that are currently open, and I do need to speak to them at least for a few moments. One is kind of interesting here. That's the very first one. This is the heavy crane option. And if you want to get technical, the heavy crane option is not actually part of the truck and bus rule. It was actually created back in 2014 when we went through a regulatory change. We updated the rule, we added some flexibility options, we extended timelines for people because there were a number of people who were having issues with trying to comply with the original timeline. Now, at that time, we created this heavy crane option, and it was intended to apply to those single engine on-road heavy cranes that had a gross vehicle weight rating of more than 54,000 pounds. And the crane was such that it had to be operated by a certified crane operator. Now, there are a couple more minor requirements about that, but that's the basics. Because of a lawsuit that happened back in 2014, the changes we made were no longer going to be applicable. But rather than lose this option, what we did is we took its language and the entirety of this flexibility option, and we inserted it into a different regulatory program, one for solid waste collection vehicles. Now, we did this because we knew there were a number of people who had already gone through and done things that cost tremendous amounts of money because we created this option, and we didn't want to have them go through any other issues. So they still stick with this option. I have to tell you that if you have one of the cranes as I've described, and this is the last thing I'll say about it here, you need to contact our office because you should be in this option. Let's talk next about NOx exempt areas. That is the map on the right-hand side of this slide that shows you several counties or areas of our state in orange. Now, these areas at the beginning of this regulation, when it was first being put together, happened to be in compliance for federal NOx ambient air quality standards. That basically means they had cleaner air. Because the main purpose of the new equipment on a 2010 engine is to reduce NOx, and these areas were already in compliance with the NOx standards, what we did is we added a flexibility option that essentially says, if you have a vehicle with a filter and you operate solely in those areas of the state that meet this level of NOx ambient air quality standards, then we're not going to require you to update that engine to a 2010 model year engine. You can stay with just the filter. It does require you to annually report and renew. It does require you, obviously, to have a filter. It does require you to stay within the orange counties. You're not allowed to go outside the orange counties because then you're in a part of the state that didn't meet those ambient air quality standards. And if you can meet those other things like I just talked about, then you don't have any mileage limitation, and there currently is no end date for that rule. You can operate that vehicle as long as you meet those conditions and stay in those areas. If you do live in those areas and you wish to apply for this option, the right time to do that is either 30 days after you purchase the vehicle, and it has to have a filter on it already, or January of each year. So the upcoming January of 2023 would be, other than the new purchase, the next time that you can opt into this provision. All right, let's talk about low use ag. Now, low use ag, in my opinion, has been the best option in this rule for almost anybody to be in if you qualified. It was meant to apply to farmer-owned vehicles that are used for basically farm operations. These vehicles got more mileage for a longer period of time without having to put any filter or do any upgrades to the engines than any other vehicle in this rule. Now, there have been some ups and downs with this particular provision, but at the current time, if you have an ag vehicle in our reporting system, then you have 10,000 miles of operation this year. And then at the end of this year, the ag provision goes away, it ends. What happens with the vehicle when that happens? Well, technically you're supposed to replace the vehicle with one that has a 2010 or newer model year engine, but the vehicle that is in the provision, you can drop that down to low use, you can retire, you can replace it. Any one of those options is a choice. All right, let's talk about that low use option since I've mentioned it several times. There has been a low use option in this regulation since the beginning. There's always been a particular low use option, and that low use option has always been if you can keep a vehicle under 1,000 miles of operation in California per year, and you report that and you maintain that mileage limitation, then you don't have to put a filter on or update to 2010 emission technology. That vehicle is exempt from the rule other than for reporting. There are a couple of additional things that you need to know about this exemption. Number one, it also includes stationary use. So if you have a vehicle that goes through a lot of stationary use and has an hour meter associated with it, you're not allowed to go more than 100 hours of stationary use to qualify as a low use vehicle. And either one, both of them have to apply. So it's no more than 1,000 miles in California and no more than 100 stationary hours. I keep saying in California because that's the next thing that I'd like to talk about. And that is that if you operate this vehicle, we're talking about outside the state, then there is no limitation on that mileage. We don't control what you do outside the state, even though some Californians might like to think we can. It's not the case with this particular provision. Your out of state, out of country mileage is not part of the low use option. You do have to report that use if you want to keep the low use option in California. So make sure that if you do out of state operations, that you track that mileage, because every January you're required to report your usage in order to retain this particular provision. I also want to mention the emergency use part of this exemption. That is that if you use this low use vehicle for emergency operations. Now, an emergency operation is typically going to be defined as a declared emergency. There are several examples. Some of the fires that we have going on right now have already been declared as emergencies. There have been floods. There's all kinds of different things that the governor or some governmental official can declare as an emergency. When there is a declared emergency, if you are under contract with a government agency to help with that emergency, then any of the mileage to the emergency, mileage at the emergency, and mileage coming back home from the emergency are exempt from the usage under this particular exemption. So you can, actually, I have several acquaintances that operate water trucks for CAL FIRE, and they might operate 15, 20, 30, 40,000 miles per year. But because it's all under the service of CAL FIRE during emergency events, they're fully exempt from this particular regulatory requirement. It does require you to report, as I said, and it does require you to let us know, how many miles were non-emergency and how many miles were out of state. And there is a place in the reporting system for both those. The final flexibility listed here is for log trucks. I always find this interesting because I doubt very seriously that anyone who works for ARB has ever owned or driven a log truck. So it always is funny to me that there's a log truck provision in this rule. But I understand that the regulatory process is one that tries to involve people in its production. And in this case, the Log Truck Association did participate in this regulation. And as a participant, they were able to convince our staff and our board that their individuals, their owner operators that did nothing but log truck operations would be better served by our regulation if they had an option that gave them more flexibility. This is a flexibility that obviously you do have to be a log truck operation, permanent log truck. You can't do anything other than log trucking. Permanently attached bunks is actually part of the exemption or part of the provision. And it doesn't negate the responsibility to update to 2010 model year technology. What it does is it gives you a longer period of time. This particular provision extends all the way out, I believe, till 2027 for phasing in. All right, so that's all the flexibilities. One thing I did mention a couple times is that if you want to follow any of these flexibilities, you are required to report. I know I'm kind of going back and forth on that. I've told you that you don't have to report, and then you do have to report. Well, let me make sure I make this as clear as I possibly can. If your vehicle is in compliance with the model year schedules that I showed you at the beginning, then reporting is not required. If your vehicle is, or you as the owner of the vehicle, are using any of the flexibilities that I just went through, then the only way you can actually follow those and be in compliance is to report and let us know which ones you're following and how you're following them. So that's really what the reporting system is for. Now, there is another reason why people use the reporting system, even though they're not required to. If you have a new vehicle, 2010 engine or newer, there is no, you're in compliance with this rule. There's no requirement to put that vehicle in there, but that certificate you see on the screen is actually and has actually become incredibly important for a very specific reason related to the broker dispatcher requirement that I went over a few moments ago. So I told you earlier that in order to In order to be in compliance, if you don't own a vehicle, but you're hiring somebody, you have to do some type of due diligence and check that the vehicles are in compliance. The vehicles you're hiring are in compliance. That's a broker dispatcher requirement. One of the ways that you can do that check is by requesting this certificate. This is a certificate of reported compliance. It's only available to a fleet that has reported in the trucker's reporting system, is compliant as reported, and the fleet owner has actually signed off on the legal language within the reporting system itself. If those three things are true, then they can print a certificate and they can give that certificate to anybody that's asking them if they're compliant. So it has been used significantly for that purpose. You're not required to carry this certificate in the vehicle. And in fact, if you come into one of our enforcement actions, know that our enforcement staff don't need that certificate. You can hand it to them and they'll take a look at the information on it, and that will make it easier for them to look up in their in the reporting system so they can check that. But they're going to verify your vehicle's in compliance in the field. They're not just going to take a certificate and say, yeah, you're good to go. So be aware that that's the case with this. Now, one thing I do have to mention, and many of you are probably already aware of this, and that is that if you own and operate a vehicle in California that falls under the rule I just went through, you probably have been notified in one way or another by the Department of Motor Vehicles that you need to be in compliance. Now, if you have a new vehicle, that's not the case. You probably don't even know this, but back in 2020, there was legislation that was signed in 2017 that actually coordinated compliance with the truck and bus rule to registration. And that is the case today. If you want a DMV registration to legally operate on California roads, then the vehicle needs to be compliant with the truck and bus rule. Currently, this is the only rule that is attached to DMV registration, but you need to be aware that going forward, some of the upcoming regulations, and I'm going to talk about one later on, that actually is also going to be tied to DMV registration. Truck and bus is there now, and it's just the case is that you have to be compliant in order to get that registration. Some of you, actually a lot of you, from what I heard on the polls, heard from ARB via email. And one of the ways we do this, and I just want to briefly mention, if you aren't already part of one of our listservs, this is a good thing for you to get involved in. Give us your email, sign up for a particular topic that you would like us to send you information on, and we'll send it directly to you. A couple things I'll say about this. Number one, don't sign up for everything in here. You'll get an email about every 30 seconds. And number two, if you ever want to change your settings on which emails you get, it's fairly simple to do. So just make sure if you're going to get in this, you understand we're going to be sending you emails. All right, let's talk about the next program related to these types of trucks, and it's called the Periodic Smoke Inspection Program, or PSIP. This goes by many different names, actually. It has been known as the Heavy Duty Vehicle Inspection Program. It has been known as a SNAP test. It has been known as a smoke test or a smog test, or there's at least 6 or 7 other ones that I'm not coming to right now, but it's essentially a smog check for diesel vehicles. This particular program is in place now and has been since 1998. This is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, diesel-related regulation that ARB has put out. And essentially, this is what it requires. If you own a fleet that operates in California, based in California, with 2 or more diesel vehicles with greater than 6,000 pounds gross vehicle weight, you're in this program. Now, what does the program require? The program requires that you test all your vehicles once per year with a device that's shown in that picture. It is a smoke meter, and it measures something called opacity. That's another name for the test, actually, opacity test. Now, the opacity is just a light measurement of the density of the black smoke coming out that stack. The more smoke comes out, the more light it blocks, the higher the reading. Now, if you have any vehicles, if your fleet is under this rule, and again, I'm going to make sure I go through that, you have to have a California-based fleet, California registered, 2 or more diesel on-road vehicles greater than 6,000 pounds. That puts you in the program. The vehicles you are required to test are those that have engines that are less than 4 years old. So if you bought a vehicle this year, 2022, most likely it has a 2021 engine. You would not have to test it right now. You wouldn't have to test it next year or the year after. But that 4th year of the engine model year, you would have to begin testing that. There is no reporting system associated with this. It's a record keeping requirement. You're required to keep records of these tests for 2 years. If you have a newer vehicle, one with a 2013 or newer model year engine, I'm going to introduce a new phrase for you here. Some of you probably already know this, but I'm going to introduce the phrase onboard diagnostics, or OBD. It's going to come up later when I talk again. But in this case, any 2013 or newer model year heavy truck comes with a computer system, just like our regular vehicles have, that monitors all the emissions related components of the engine. And it'll read fault codes. It'll do a lot for us and give us some very handy measurements. It also helps run the vehicle and keep it running in a cleaner manner. But if you have a vehicle that's 2013 or newer, it came from the factory with this onboard diagnostic system. And there is a way for you to download a file and report it to us rather than doing this test. Right? One final thing I'd like to say, I'm going to show you some numbers in just a moment. But one final thing I'd like to say about this particular program is that it will be replaced starting in 2024. My later presentation at 1:05 is going to discuss the heavy duty inspection and maintenance program. And that will be the program that replaces this one in 2024. Here are the limits that you're allowed with this test that I've been talking about. So if you have a vehicle that is equipped with a DPF, that is short for diesel particulate filter. That's the filtration system that gets rid of all the diesel soot. And your truck has one of those, then you're not allowed to exceed 5% opacity on the test. Just to give you a mind's eye of what that means. So most people's visual ability is that you can see smoke when it just starts, when it gets to 5%. Anything at 5% or over, you're barely able to make out that there's smoke. When it gets to 10%, you can see smoke. It's still pretty wispy. But under 5%, most people's vision does not allow you to see that there's actually smoke. You might see heat waves or something like that, but you're not able to see the particulates as easily. There are other levels shown here for those vehicles that do not have filters. And you might be asking, what vehicles are those? Well, I went over vehicles that are low use under the truck and bus option and vehicles that are ag low use. And those vehicles will not have filters on them. So the opacity levels that they're allowed to emit are higher, and it's based on how old the engine is. The older the engine, the higher the level that's allowed. Finally, there are a couple of specialty type vehicles shown here that also get higher opacity limits in this current program, but they're specific to those kind of vehicles. If you have questions about any of these regulations, I want to make sure you have contact points. I've already mentioned the diesel hotline. Here's the number, and they also have an email. We staff this with people who have been briefed heavily on all these regulatory programs, and they're very good about helping you help answer your questions. Anyway, there's the information for you. Use it as much as you can. Now I'm going to a different rule. Now this one is specific to something called a reefer unit or a transport refrigeration unit. This is actually an older rule as well. This was put in place back in the 04-05 timeframe. And it's considered something called an airborne toxics control measure, or ATCM. That really doesn't mean much to most people in this audience. Just understand that it requires a higher level of control than some of our other regulations do, and it's a little harder to do. But this one was done that way, and let me go through what it is. It applies to diesel-powered TRUs or reefers and diesel-powered reefer gensets operating in California. If you are an out-of-state operator and you bring one into California, this applies to it while you're in California. There are requirements in this rule that also apply to California terminals where these units are kept, maintained, garaged, or dispatched. This was the first rule that actually had the freight brokers, forwarders, shippers, and receivers requirement that I mentioned in the truck and bus rule, where you're required to hire compliant operators in order to be compliant with this regulation. And this rule actually only had two basic requirements. It required you to take the existing technology on the truck, the existing reefers on the truck, the engines, and convert them to one of two standards, either something called low emission TRU or LE true, or ultra low emission TRU or ULE true. Don't ask me why we have to create all these acronyms. It's just part of the gig, but those are the acronyms associated with this rule. Now, what do those acronyms mean to you personally? If you have vehicles that have these units on them, then these are the steps that you had to take. Originally, you had a reefer that met no standard. So you were required to do one of a couple of things. Put a level 2 diesel particulate filter on that device, or upgrade it to a tier 4 for less than 25 horsepower models, or a tier 4 interim for the 25 to 50 horsepower models. This was considered low emission TRU. And how long did you have before you had to do anything else? Well, with this particular regulation, it had a 7-year cycle. It means 7 years from the date you did whatever LE-TRU is, you were required to go through and redo a higher level called the ULE-TRU. Now, the higher level meant one of several things, putting a higher level filtration system on there, a level 3 PM filter. And you can see the levels of control shown here. Level 2's 50% control, level 3's minimum 85% control. So in order to meet the ULE-TRU standard, you have to have a level 3 filter. If you had a 25 to 50 horsepower engine, you could also meet the ULE-TRU standard by either repowering it or upgrading it to a tier 4 final engine. Those are what came brand new in all 2013 units, all right? And then finally, with the ULE-TRU, there was the option to use some alternative type of technology. There were a couple of things that I've seen throughout my history with ARB that met the standard, one of which was a simpler thing where people converted their units to run on electricity whenever they were parked. That's called shore power. There's some other ones that I've seen where they ran them on different fuels. So instead of running on diesel fuel, they ran on natural gas or gasoline, either of which would exempt them from this rule because this is a diesel rule. Anyway, those are the standards. I did want to show you that there is a new requirement coming as well. So the TRU regulation concepts under development. We've actually had part of this that, and this needs to be updated board hearings in 2020. I forgot about that, but you do need to understand that part of this has already happened. So there's going to be a focus in this development to move the TRU world to zero emission. And that's going to be zero emission truck TRUs, plug-in trailer TRUs, including facility infrastructure that allows for this plug-in, and then also perhaps including electronic telematics for enforcement, because enforcement can't be everywhere, but if you're required to have telematics that report where you are and when you're operating, that is something that will help with enforcement. Understand that some of these requirements have already come into place. If you want to know the specifics on those, I would suggest you take class MS 555 because we go through it in a little bit more detail. All right, let's briefly go through the tractor trailer greenhouse gas reduction regulation. But before I do, I just want you to take a closer look at this picture because this picture says it all. You see on the left-hand side, you've got a, what do you call that? A fin or a blade that's below the trailer. You've seen these things, they're all over the place. Many trailers already have them installed. In fact, if you're operating in California, it's pretty much a given that these are going to be on most of the trucks. That blade is an airfoil. And what it does is it actually creates less drag on the trailer than without the blade. And that reduces the amount of energy required to move that trailer. which will in turn reduce the amount of fuel that's consumed by that truck. On the right-hand side, you can see that the truck itself, the tractor, even though it doesn't have the fin that's on the left, it actually has a much smoother line to it. It's very, very aerodynamic. The aerodynamic nature of the tractor itself also reduces drag and also actually reduces fuel usage. That's what this particular rule was all about. It was all about just reducing the fuel usage of these trucks, which in turn will reduce the amount of carbon dioxide the trucks emit. Who does it apply to? Well, in California, if you have a 53-foot or longer box type trailer and the truck that operates it or pulls it, you fall under this regulation. Any person who owns, drives, leases, rents, or sells has requirements, as well as the California-based brokers and shippers. What this rule requires is something called Smart Wave Verified Aerodynamic Technologies. Now, what that is the fins that I was talking about just a moment ago, the aerodynamic body of the truck itself. It may also come in different forms, like you've maybe seen a little scoop thing that goes underneath the trailer. That's one of the technologies. You may have seen the little fins that fold out of the back of the trailer itself. That's part of this. And the requirement is to have enough of that on there to reduce the drag of the truck by a minimum of 5%, and the trailer by a minimum of 5%. There's an additional technology that's required here, and that's something known as low rolling resistance tires, or LRR tires. These are tires that are manufactured differently in that they usually have a smoother surface on the outside, or they're wider than the standard tire, or they are made of a material that is slightly less tacky. Not that it's a safety issue, but slightly less tacky or have a different tread pattern so that their contact with the road is smoother. And in all ways, what that does is, as I've been saying, reduce the drag so it reduces the fuel consumption and improves the fuel economy, which in turn will reduce the carbon dioxide emissions. Now, you're going to be hearing some information today about a lot of new regulatory programs, ones that are going towards zero. You've got lots of different speeches today and programs today that are going to go over that. But I did want to basically and quickly tell you about where we're headed. So far, everything I've talked about has been regulations that are in place. Now, there have been a couple of additional ones that have passed that are transitioning us and transitioning our requirements to go more towards zero emission. We're taking a little bit different approach with these rules. You know, with the truck and bus rule, the TRU regulation, the greenhouse gas limitation, or the off-road limitation that Katie's going to speak to, any of those were individualized regulations that were required, that would require particular equipment or operations to make changes to reduce emissions from diesel technology. Now, and they were done more or less independent of each other. I say more or less because there is some coordination, just wasn't as much as we would have liked. With the new regulatory programs, we're trying to go in a more synergistic method, which means we're trying to build upon one regulation than the other so that the transition is smoother and that we know that we can get there. And that transition so far has included something called advanced clean trucks. It was a regulation that has been passed, and I'll talk about that. A new standard called low NOx omnibus, and then future zero emission fleet rules. We're trying to gather information, set up basic requirements, and then go further into the zero emission type of regulatory program. With advanced clean trucks, this was the first of these synergistic regulations. It had two components. The first was a manufacturer's zero emission vehicle sales requirement. I don't know if I included that in this. No, I didn't. So I'm going to talk about it here. The manufacturer's ZEV sales requirement basically starts in 2024, the 2024-2025 timeframe, where manufacturers that sell heavy trucks in the state of California are required to start selling more zero emission trucks. The idea being that future rules are going to require owner operators to use and purchase and use zero emission vehicles, but we want to make sure that the zero emission vehicles are there to purchase. So the first step was to require manufacturers to actually start producing and selling these things. The next step is going to be the requirement for them to be used, purchased, and used in the state of California. So that was half of this rule. The other half was a one-time reporting requirement that was came to be in 2021. That's when you had to report. It only applied to certain facilities and certain operators. There would be one-time reporting of vehicles, facilities, how you use them, where they are, their contracted vehicle services. Basically what we were trying to do is identify the most likely places where we could require zero emission technology, where they would work. So we're going at this in this direction. We're setting with the manufacturers, trying to build up their ability to sell these things and build up the number of vehicles available. We're also trying to gather information on where these zero emission vehicles are going to work the best and try and marry those two into future regulations. Hopefully we get there the way we're going, and it all works out fine. But that's the direction that we've carried these things. And I believe with that, I am at the end of my slides. Katie, are you monitoring this? Are there any questions?
Hey, Randy.
Oh, April.
It's April. There is a question.
Sure.
This actually came into the chat, not the Q&A. Someone said they have a 2008 Dodge Sprinter 3500. Gross vehicle weight rating is 9,990 pounds.
Okay.
It is not on the light schedule. Does he need to add the depth fluid system?
That's a very good question. That's why I try and specify that the weight rating on the truck and bus rule starts at that 14,001. For purposes of the truck and bus rule and the requirement to transition to 2010 emission technology, he does not need to do anything to that truck. That truck is under the limitation, and he does not fall under the truck and bus rule. Having said that, I want to make sure he understands that he does fall under, if he has two of those things, he likely falls under the periodic smoke inspection regulation. So that was the other program that I talked about, and he does have that requirement if he meets those conditions. Was that it? Yeah, no problem.
That's all.
You. Okay, April, thank you very much. With that, Kat, I think we're going to Katie, correct?
Yeah, so first, thanks, Randy, for that presentation. We're going to take a quick pause before the next presentation. And after each session today, we will be launching a poll to get feedback, and this will help us to improve on our future events. So yes, thank you, Tomi. So the question is, for the on-road regulation evaluation, how would you rate this presentation? A, it was great, extremely valuable. B, it was good, I got some good info. C, I had heard all this information before, so I didn't really need this one. D, this presentation was not relevant to me. Or E, I had a hard time understanding several details in this presentation, not due to internet issues. So go ahead and select your answer. And as a reminder, please use the Q&A for any content-related questions. The chat will be reserved for us to share links or answer Zoom-related technical questions. So I'll give a few more seconds on the evaluation question. So please submit your answers.
Yep, and we're at about 47% right now, Kat.
Okay, thank you.
And we are ahead of schedule.
Yes. All right, how are we doing now, Tomi?
53%.
Okay.
84 out of 158 have completed it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And just to clarify, are we going to move into off-road?
Well, we have about a couple more minutes. Maybe we can read some of the questions came in into the Q&A.
Okay.
Yeah, April, did you have any more that came in?
Most of the questions that came into the Q&A were very fleet specific.
Okay.
April's usually good at answering all these questions so that I don't have to. But April, if you have anything that was a commonality, that might be a good thing to bring up as well.
I don't think I got a single question multiple times other than where was the agenda in the PowerPoint. But I will add that an uncommon question came up related to NOx. If your vehicle is using the NOx option, you cannot leave the NOx area for emergency assistance. You have to remain inside the NOx counties. It is not like low use.
Yeah. Very good.
I also see another one here in the Q&A. It says, I have a 2007 Mitsubishi diesel truck over 14,000 pounds. Can I repower my engine?
Anybody can repower that engine. Let me go through a couple of things related to that you might want to consider. First of all, the cost. The cost of repowering an older engine to a 2010 engine is significant. Most dealerships will not touch it for less than about $100,000. And it does require that it be fully compliant with whatever the manufacturer's standards are for that vehicle with a 2010 engine. So it's not actually just the engine. It's the engine, all the components that come with the engine, all the electrical train, and it does include the dash lights, because the 2010 or newer model year vehicles, they with the engines, they come with new dash lights that the old one didn't have. So in order to be fully compliant, all that has to be taken into account. That's why they generally charge as much as they do. But a quick answer is yes, you can do that.
Okay. And I see another one here. Where can I find more information on the periodic smoke inspection program?
Actually, what I would suggest they do is go to the truck stop website. There is a link on the top that says regulations or regulatory programs. In that drop down, there is one that describes the entire periodic smoke inspection program.
And Kat, it looks like we've stalled out at 57%.
Okay.
So 91 of 159 have completed it.
Okay. Thank you for that. We can probably go ahead and end that poll now.
Awesome. I will do that.
Thank you. Okay.
I can also relaunch since we have a couple minutes to do it. I can relaunch the poll that we did earlier for Spanish for translation, if you like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And yeah, so we'll just relaunch this. And for folks who joined us earlier, again, we just want to monitor and account for if we have anyone that is on for Spanish. So you may have taken this one before, but I'm going to relaunch this poll. There we go. So if you can go through it one more time, that would be awesome. Again, really interested in if we have folks on that are on this channel for Punjabi and Spanish. So just to help us gauge, make sure we have coverage. Hey, and we do have one person for Punjabi, so that's awesome. We do a lot of work behind the scenes, and our interpreters do an awesome job. And so we just want to make sure that we account for coverage of this event for you guys if you need it. And Kat, we're about 41% folks have answered.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, please answer that if you can. And as a reminder again, if you have any content related questions, feel free to use the Q&A, and then the chat if you have any technical related questions regarding Zoom, you can leave those there so that we can help you out.
Okay, and we're at about 54%, 86 of 157 have answered. Just let me know when you want me to end it and I can.
Okay. We'll go ahead and end it now.
Okay.
Thank
I'll
you.
share the results and you can.
Yeah.
So it's gone up a little bit.
Okay, thank you for that poll answering with your feedback. So next up, we'll go ahead and move on to the next presentation on the agenda. So we have Katie King, air pollution specialist, who will share her extensive knowledge of the regulations that apply to medium and heavy duty off-road vehicles and equipment from about 10:12 to 10:35. So take it away, Katie.
All right, thank you for that introduction, Kat. So good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Katie King. I'm an air pollution specialist with the California Air Resources Board. And previously, I worked for the County of San Diego Air Pollution Control District, where we actually inspected the equipment that I'm going to talk to you about today. Okay, so the first thing we will get into is who must comply, or who the eligibility or applicability of this regulation applies to. So unlike a lot of our other regulations for off-road equipment, it's not typically exempted based on who is operating it. So whether you're a public fleet, if you're a private fleet, the regulation can still apply. The only full exemptions to this regulation are personal use equipment and equipment that's used 100% of the time for agricultural. For emergency use vehicles, dedicated snow removal vehicles, and equipment that's used only a majority of the time for agriculture, those equipment are required to report and label, but they're not subject to the performance standards of this regulation. The main thing we're looking for the applicability of this regulation is the engine. So the type of engines we're referring to are diesel engines, which run on any form of diesel. That includes biodiesel. It also includes red dye diesel. We had a question earlier about the on-road regulation and whether it applies to other types of fuels that are put into compression ignition engines. And it does, and that's the same for the off-road regulation as well. The next criteria the engine has to meet is it has to be self-propelled. So if it's an engine that has to be towed in order to move, it's on a trailer or something similar, that would be a portable engine, which is a different regulation. In order to be considered self-propelled, the engine has to drive the vehicle's movement. In order to fall under this regulation, the engine also has to be at least 25 horsepower. We see engines rated at 24.9 horsepower. That is intentional by the manufacturer, and it does exempt you of the regulation. The engine also has to be a true off-road engine in order to be included. So that means it's certified by the federal EPA to an off-road standard, and that's to be automatically included. There are a few exceptions for on-road vehicles that are explicitly included in the off-road regulation. So that would be your 2-engine cranes or water well drilling rigs. For 2-engine cranes and water well drilling rigs, the secondary engine can be any tier. So even tier 0, that's the certification standard for off-road engines. It's by tier. That's not always the case for other 2-engine vehicles. If you have an oil field or natural gas workover rig, or a 2-engine crane, then those are also included in the off-road regulation, regardless of whether the secondary engine is certified to the higher tier standard. If you do have an other type 2-engine vehicle, those have to meet specific requirements in order to be included in the regulation. So the way that this regulation works is you're required to initially report every piece of equipment in your fleet that meets the definition of an off-road vehicle and you report those into the diesel online off-road reporting system, or the DOORS system. The annual reporting is also required, and that must be completed by March 1st of every year. Annual reporting involves low use hours and certifying that the information is correct. So that's when you would go in, double check everything in your fleet is reported, and report any of those partially exempt equipment I mentioned earlier. So low use, dedicated snow removal, partial agriculture, things like that. That's called your ROAR report. Doing that reporting, that's responsible official affirmation of reporting. Also, when you initially report a piece of equipment, the system will generate an equipment identification number for that vehicle. That's called your EIN. It's a 7-digit alphanumeric number, and it goes on each side of the equipment. It needs to be applied within 30 days of reporting. The label is something you have to create and apply yourself, and typically it's going to be white letters on a red background. When you add equipment to your fleet, you need to be aware that there is a tier band, which is what this chart is showing on the bottom of the slide here. The tier band focuses on the purchase date. So tier 0 equipment can be added, can't be added any longer to your fleet. For medium and large fleets, you can no longer add below a tier 3. And for small fleets, starting in 2023, you will no longer be able to add below a 2023. The last administrative portion of this regulation is that it does include an idling limitation and a sales disclosure. So there's a 5-minute limitation on any unnecessary idling. If the idling is necessary to perform the equipment's function or for safety, things like that, then it is not limited. So unnecessary idling, again, is limited to 5 minutes. The sales disclosure is required to be included in your sales documentation, and you have to retain that for 3 years. The sales disclosure is a specific paragraph. You can find it on our website, and it essentially is a disclaimer that warns a buyer that there is a regulation in California that applies to that vehicle. So after all of your equipment is reported, the DOORS system, which again is your diesel off-road online reporting system. There we go. Even I stumble over it. That will use the data to create an emission rate for each piece of equipment in your fleet, and that goes toward your fleet average. The emission rate is based on the emission of grams per brake horsepower of NOx of each engine. The system that you're reporting in is going to do this math for you. You don't have to do any of the math yourself. The DOORS system will also create a target, and you have to meet that fleet target based on the makeup of your total fleet. So that target will get lower every year. If or when your fleet emission rate is higher than your fleet target, that's when you're going to be required to take action to reduce your emissions in order for your fleet to remain compliant. The reporting system automatically excludes, again, that partially exempt equipment. So if you have low use emergency vehicles, snow removal vehicles, or agricultural equipment, none of that goes toward your fleet average. The target needs to be met annually, and that's by January 1st. So again, important dates for this regulation. January 1st is when you need to meet your fleet average, and March 1st is when you're submitting your reporting. A second option you have to be compliant under this regulation is by using the best available control technology method, or BACT. In this option, you reduce the emissions to 10% of your total fleet horsepower. There's several ways you can gain credits and offset the fleet requirements. So you can repower, retire, or filter 10% of your fleet. It is a little bit more flexible of an option. And again, that needs to be done by January 1st. So now we'll talk about another off-road regulation. So this is for your non-diesel equipment. It's the large spark ignition regulation. So for the large spark ignition regulation, this applies to spark ignition driven forklifts, tow tractors, sweepers, and airport ground support equipment. Again, with 25 horsepower or greater engines and 1 liter displacement. So it has to have the 25 horsepower or greater engine and also 1 liter displacement in the engine. This is referring to your propane equipment, again, not diesel. In order for this regulation to apply, you need to have more than 3 forklifts, so 4 or more, or 4 or more non-forklifts. If you do have 3 or less, the regulation does not apply to you. So if you have 3, you have no requirements. It's only when you get that 4th piece of equipment that there's a requirement on this regulation. When you are making that count, you do have to include your electric equipment. The reason for that is there is a benefit to reporting your electric equipment, but in order to include them in that way, we did unfortunately have to count them toward your applicability. So even if you have 3 electric forklifts and 1 propane forklift, then this regulation would apply. But the good thing about it is those electric forklifts are going to make you compliant with the fleet average. Again, this is a fleet average regulation. There is a reporting requirement, and you do also have to label the equipment. For this one, the labels are the same as the diesel off-road equipment, but they're only required on one side of the vehicle. Randy and I do conduct training courses, full training courses on the LSI, the large spark ignition, and the off-road diesel regulation. This is just a little intro for everyone. So if you do need more information on these regulations, feel free to contact us and we can get you that registration information. If you do have these sort of fleets, LSI or off-road, and you need assistance reporting or figuring out the regulation, we have these resources available to you. Similar to the truck stop website, we have the off-road zone. It's the off-road website, has a lot of fact sheets. There's a lot of great information on there for regulatory questions. And again, we do have those classes available to you. You can also contact us via phone or email, and those are staffed 5 days a week. The last thing I'll get into today is the off-road diesel regulation is undergoing some proposed amendments currently. So they're talking about making the regulation a little more strict. We're still having air quality issues throughout California. So this is a way that we're trying to achieve some of the emission reduction goals. So the first thing that they're proposing a change to is adding a backstop or a phase out to the oldest equipment. So they would begin by phasing out the tier 0 equipment and then continue the phase out for tier 1 and tier 2 in later years. They've also proposed extending the tier band to include tier 3 and tier 4 interim. There was another modification that was proposed to the low use, which is sort of a combination of the two current options. So there's a year by year and a permanent low use option currently, and they're potentially just going to merge those together. And if anyone does have any questions on that, I can elaborate more. We do have the website information here for you as well. The listserv, that'll get you notified if there's any progress on the amendments or any new information to be sent out for that. And you can also look at the program webpage. The zero-emission forklift regulation is another one this isn't an amendment to the large spark ignition regulation, but it's a proposed new regulation, which would affect the same type of equipment. I actually did need to update one thing on this slide. So it no longer applies to diesel equipment. It's only the large spark ignition forklifts, and it proposes a model year phase out. So based on the model year of the engine, the forklifts will be phased out through subsequent years. Again, if you want more information, we do have the meeting schedule available. There's the listserv, which is the email subscription that you can sign up for. And we also have the program webpage for more information. And with that, are there any questions that came into the Q&A or anything that anyone has to ask? We'll be here to answer questions.
April or Brandon, did you see anything come in for Katie?
There was a question in the chat from somebody asking about reporting their heavy crane with the gross vehicle weight rating greater than 54,000 pounds. I would recommend emailing truckers at ARB. It's TRUCRS at arb.ca.gov with your trucker's ID and the VIN, and they'll help you out with that vehicle.
Thank you, April. And just as a reminder, again, a lot of the heavy cranes are single engine. And then if they're over the 54,000 pounds, they do end up in that solid waste collection vehicle carve out for them. So I know the cranes are kind of complicated. I always felt that way when I was an inspector too. So
Katie, are rental fleets exempt from the LSI reporting?
ooh, this one I might actually have to ask Randy. There's two different kind of subjects they can fall under. There's the operational fleet, and I cannot for the life of me remember what the second option is. Randy, are you still on?
Yeah, no, I was actually trying to answer that question via text, but I'll do it, live now. The way the LSI rule treats rental fleets and the companies that own them is basically it divides your fleet into one of two types of vehicles. You're either an operational, and I'm also losing the second word.
Is
Katie.
it service? I feel like it's service.
Service. Well, let's go with that. Service fleets or operational fleets. One of those two is what you're renting, selling those vehicles that are up for rent, lease, or sale. And the other type of description is ones that you use in support of the business. So the only ones that would possibly have any requirement under the LSI rule would be those that you're using in direct support of your business. But as long as you use them for less than 50 hours in a year in that direct support, they are exempt. So for most rental fleets, they are exempt from the LSI regulation.
Okay, were there any other specific to the off-road presentation? Because I see a few that would be, I think, worthwhile answering out loud that more pertain to Randy's presentation, but were there any other for Katie? Okay, so I'll go ahead and ask Randy or Katie as well, just regarding the on-road regulations. So one of the questions that came in was if a diesel truck has been declared as non-op with the DMV, does it still need to comply with the truck and bus regulation?
Actually, this is probably a question that April can handle as well, but non-op does not mean that it's not affected by the regulation. Non-op is just a method for DMV registration. If you still drive that piece of equipment around a facility, use it as a yard goat or something of that nature, and it still has miles put on it, then it would still fall under the requirements. April, would you like to chime in on how we treat those? We used to have a non-op option in the reporting system, but that was years and years ago, and it was taken out because we determined they could be designated as low use or something like that rather than non-op.
So the low use non-op option in the truck and bus regulation was specific to the phase-in option. So when the phase-in option ended, that low use option also ended. Now it's just the regular low use option. That's for the vehicles less than 1,000 miles. If your vehicle is non-op with DMV, it is still subject to the regulation and should be reported as low use, even if it's not traveled at all or traveling at all. If you're using the vehicle for parts, I would recommend getting a junk title with DMV.
Yeah.
That way you don't have to deal with reporting every year, especially if you're not actually using the truck, the odometer won't be changing. Once it's junked with DMV, it is no longer subject to the regulation.
Okay, and related to that question that came in, so if a heavy vehicle with a 2009 engine specifically was registered in Washington state, is it able to come into California after the end of this year? So starting on January 1st of 2023.
Does it have a 2010 or newer model year engine? If the answer is no, then it's not legal to operate that vehicle in the state. They would have to register. If they're just coming into the far northern part of the state, they could opt into the NOx exempt, I suppose, but that still requires reporting. They still have requirements.
Correct, Randy. So, Kat, any vehicle traveling in California is subject to truck and bus, even if registered somewhere else.
All right, and then one last question before we move on to the session evaluation, just generally because it came up frequently. Will this webinar be recorded and posted somewhere? And if so, where will that be?
Who's that a question for? Because
I can answer it. It
Okay.
is being recorded and it'll be posted on the truck stop website that Randy has referred to a couple times. We can also post, I think we've posted links to it in the chat a few times as well, but if anyone does want that again, feel free to just prompt us in the Q&A and we can get you the link to that website. It normally takes a few weeks to process, so just be patient with us for that.
Okay, thank you.
Kat, we did have a couple of questions that Katie might be able to field related to the LSI and off-road regulation. Katie, what horsepower for the LSI forklifts are going to be affected by the zero emission rule? Do you have that in there?
I don't have it in here. For the zero emission rule, it's actually based on the weight rating. So it's not meant for rough terrain forklifts. And I will try to look up where exactly it starts because I don't want to say the wrong number.
No, my recollection it's related to the lift capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lift capacity. And I don't remember, I think 50,000 pounds or something like that. I don't remember the exact number.
I'll look it up.
Right. The second question is, what changes are being proposed to the low use provisions of the off-road regulation? So if you want to field that one, that would be cool
Sure.
too.
Yeah, so for the low use, just as kind of an overview of what's currently in place, there's the permanent option, which generates a backed credit. So a lot of times people use that to get those credits. And there's a 200-hour per year limit on that. And then we also have the year-by-year option. And for that one, it's a rolling 3-year average, still a 200-hour limit, but it's a rolling 3-year average. So potentially you could use it 250 hours 1 year, so long as you average less than 2 hours for the next 3 or for the total of 3 years. So the proposal is to limit it strictly to a permanent low use option, but incorporate that rolling 3-year average. So it's kind of the best of both worlds in terms of the benefits, in my opinion, but you do still get that 200-hour limit, but it's a rolling 3-year average. And that's the proposed change to that.
One thing I'm a little confused on, I could look it up, but you might know this. The backed credit that's currently associated with permanent low use is not part of the proposed low use option.
Correct, because I think it would still be a backed credit for small fleets. The only kind of hiccup with that is that the backed credit for large and medium fleets that's no longer a compliance method after 2023. So it wouldn't generate a backed credit for those fleets.
Okay.
All right, so thank you for answering those questions. And we will once again be launching a poll to get feedback on Katie's presentation. Tell me if you could pull that up. Thank you. So the question is for CARB's medium and heavy duty zero emissions programs. Oh, I think this is the wrong one. I think we need the one for off-road.
Hold on just a sec. I'm going to add and poll, folks. Sorry about that.
And tell me while you're looking for that, just to answer that forklift question, for the zero emission forklifts, it's a 12,000 pound lift capacity. And there are some exemptions to that as well.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, so now we have the other poll up. So for the off-road regulations, how would you rate this presentation? A, it was great, extremely valuable. B, it was good. I got some good info. C, I had heard all this information before, so I didn't really need this one. D, this presentation was not relevant to me. Or E, I had a hard time understanding several details in this presentation, not due to internet issues. So give a few seconds to get that feedback. Okay, and where are we at with that, Tony?
38% right now.
Okay.
And we have 147 on right now. So 58 of 140, up to 60 of 147 have answered.
Perfect. Okay, just a few more seconds.
Yeah, and while we're doing that, I'll go ahead and move to our break time. And that way folks can, if you completed the evaluation, you can go to break. That way we can stay on time. And Kat, I'll let you, while I'm moving the timer over, you can wrap it up.
All right, perfect. So thank you for submitting all that feedback. And we will now take a 15-minute break. So get a snack, stretch your legs, and come back to join us again at 10:50.
I'll leave the Yeah, thanks, Kat. I'm going to go ahead and leave the poll up, everyone, just for if somebody stepped away, and then maybe at the 10-minute mark, I'll go ahead and remove it. I want to play a little bit of background music, so if you don't want to hear that, you can just go ahead and mute. And otherwise, I have the countdown timer up, so thanks, everyone, and we'll, as Kat indicated, we'll see you back here at 10:50.
All right, so welcome back from break, everyone. And we have another poll question for you. If you could pull that up for us, Tony. Thank you. So the first question is, how familiar are you with zero emissions trucks, such as battery electric and fuel cell trucks? A, very familiar. My company owns or is in the process of purchasing some. B, somewhat familiar. I have read about them and done some research. C, a little familiar. I know they are out there, but haven't heard much about them. Or D, not familiar at all. I'll give you a couple seconds for that one.
And then, Kat, it's a two-part question into the one poll as well.
Yes, yeah. So the second question is, how long is your most common route? A is 0 to 50 miles per day. B is 50 to 100 miles per day. C is 100 to 150 miles per day. And D is more than 150 miles per day. So make sure you answer both of those for us, please. I'll just give a few seconds for that.
And right now we're at 30%.
Okay, and how are we doing now?
41%. I think folks are still away from their computer on the break.
Yeah. Okay, so we can probably end it there because we've got to move into the next presentation. All right, so for the first question, most are somewhat familiar. For the second one, their most common route is between 0 and 50 miles per day. So thank you for that feedback. And so you've already heard from our next presenter. Welcome back, Bruce Tudor, manager of the Compliance Assistance and Outreach section, who's ready to talk to us about the zero emissions regulations that are already in place for medium and heavy duty vehicles, and the zero emission regulations that are under development today. And while he's presenting today, please put any questions you may have in the Q&A. So with that, I'll hand it over to you, Bruce.
Thank you, Kat. First of all, I was glad to see the answer to that poll question, that at least a lot of folks out there have some familiarity with zero emission vehicles. And I know this is a very, very new world for all of us. Lots of different terms, lots of different concepts, and a lot of things to understand as far as how they're different from, our regular IC engine vehicles. I'm going to give you just a little bit of background on some of our regulations, on why we do them. The next presentation by Brandon Rose is going to start diving a little bit into the technology, but these are very high level presentations today. Pardon me. We will be beginning a series of workshops, seminars, whatever you want to call it. We anticipate late September that starts to get more into details about actually transitioning to zero. So I do apologize if we're not diving in deep today. It really, for most people, is a process of needing to build up information. As I said, it's all different. So pardon me, my voice is going a little bit. So having said that, let's told me I can't. Oh, there we go. All right, there. Whoops, sorry about that. Takes a little bit to get control of the screen sometimes. So why is California doing this? For a number of years, California has developed various plans, various programs that really rely on reducing or on moving to zero emission vehicles to reduce both greenhouse gases and, as you see there, something called NOx. For those of you that aren't familiar with what NOx is, it's one of the two main components of smog. And it's really the controlling component in all of the areas that have a smog problem, especially Central Valley and the South Coast. What are our core strategies here? Zero emissions everywhere feasible, and cleaner fuels and cleaner combustion everywhere else. Going back as far as 1999 or 2000, one plan that's not on here was called the Diesel Risk Reduction Plan. And that's really where we started things such as the forerunners to the truck and bus regulation, or the ideas for truck and bus, because diesel exhaust is also a huge problem. So this is why we are moving where we're moving. All right, before I talk a little bit, and again, it will just be very briefly about some of the zero emission vehicle rules that we already have in place, I wanted to show you the various things that we are doing, have been doing, and are planning on in the very near future. What you'll see here is a combination of zero emission rules and rules that cover conventional vehicles. The conventional down at the bottom in that green color, yellow color up top. Are zero emission. We've heard about a lot of these already from Randy and from Katie. Heavy duty I&M being one of the biggest ones on conventional vehicles. Omnibus regulation, not much that you, the fleet owner, needs to do, but that controls really or is more applicable to the manufacturer, cleaner engines, and a whole bunch of other things, which we're not going to go into. You can see again all of the zero emission vehicle regulations that we've either adopted or are working on up along the top. All right, so let's dive into those that we've adopted already, those zero emission vehicle regulations that we've adopted already. We started with transit buses, and that's the innovative clean transit regulation. The reason that we start there, and we've typically done this with all of our regulations, is we've looked for those vocations, those types of vehicles, those routes, whatever. We've looked at that and looked at those that made the most sense to start electrifying. Transit buses in general, they run fixed routes, especially in urban areas. The routes are conducive to stopping and charging. Maybe they have to have an opportunity charge somewhere during the day in addition to charging up overnight. It just made sense. Again, those were the vehicles, those were the types of routes that were the most logical to start with. After transit buses, very, very similar reasoning here. We moved on to airport shuttle buses. Again, same reason. I'm not going to go into all the details of the regulation. These first two are pretty specialized, transit agencies and airport shuttle bus operators. If you need specific information on those, please contact us and we can give you a little bit more. But the important thing here is to know this is how we build the portfolio of zero emission vehicles. This along with our incentive programs are some of the big ways that the technology is proven, it's demonstrated, and it makes it much more feasible for the next set of things to happen, which I'm about to get into. So one last rule that we have already adopted is, and you've heard about it some from Randy, is our advanced clean truck regulation. And again, I'm not going to go into details here about the regulation. You've heard, as I said, about some of it. But, pardon me again, the important thing here is that this is a regulation that drives the supply of these vehicles. It is a manufacturer-based regulation. So what that means, and as it says here, is that a certain percentage of the annual sales of medium and heavy duty vehicles into the state of California have to be zero emission. And it phases in like pretty much all of our regulations do over time. The first percentages start in 2024, typically with the lighter vehicles. The last percentage on here, as you see, is a 75% in 2035. If you want to know the specific schedules, if they weren't shown earlier, we'll give you some information on where you can visit to get the specifics on the regulation. But as I said, the key thing here is this is driving the supply of vehicles. So before I go on a little bit, I want you to know that this isn't just California at all. I mentioned our advanced clean truck regulation. The way that the federal laws work is states, except California, can't adopt their own vehicle-based regulations until California adopts one. We had the biggest problem. We were around before the original Clean Air Act was written, so there were some exemptions, if you will, put into that Clean Air Act for California to do what it needed to do to solve its problem. Right. So once California adopts a mobile source rule, though, then other states can adopt it. They can adopt pieces of it. They can adopt the whole thing. What you see here is two things, really. You'll see that all of these blue areas here, some on the East Coast, all of those blue areas have adopted our advanced clean truck regulation, the one that we just talked about. And this says 6, I believe it's 7 now. It's hard to keep this map updated because more are adopting it all the time. You'll see also other states have adopted our lighter vehicle regulation, which we're not really talking about light duty vehicles here, but it's important to know states are moving to this, not just California. As I recall, the states that have already adopted our advanced clean truck regulation represent something in the 40% of national truck sales area. Sorry. The other thing shown on this graph, all these yellowish striped areas, are states that are participating in an MOU, a memorandum of understanding. MOUs are not binding, but this one is being taken very seriously by all these states. And basically this MOU is a commitment to start moving their heavy duty fleets towards zero emission vehicles. It includes the blue ones as well, but all of the ones that are yellow, again with stripes, are those that are signed into the MOU, but that haven't yet adopted the advanced clean truck regulations. So it's moving that way everywhere. All right, let's go on a little bit. Talked about vehicle availability. This gives you an idea. We did just have a workshop that a big part of it was vehicle availability. That was about a week ago that we had the workshop. As I recall from that workshop, there are well over, and I want to say about 140 models that are commercially available now. Having said that, yes, I realize there's supply chain issues. That's across the board. You go to a car lot today and, they're 3/4 empty in many cases. So yes, I understand that it can take a while to get some of these vehicles. One manufacturer I talked to about maybe 4 or 5 months ago now said that they were down with their conventional vehicles. They were down under a year, which again, I know sounds like a long time, but those of you that have tried to order a truck lately know that it takes quite some time to get one. So the supply chain seems to be loosening up, and the trucks that you see here, you can go take a test drive in if there's one on the lot, which I realize, again, as I said, supply chain issues. So let's move on from that a little bit. Just to give you an idea, here are some of the trucks that are available and that are going to be available soon. One thing that you might notice here is, yes, they're in some cases companies you may not have heard of. I don't want to call them startups because folks like Lion and BYD have actually been in the business a long time now, but they're not the conventional. What you will notice here, though, too, is that all of the major manufacturers, and I mean all of them, are getting into the zero emission vehicle market. Many of them already have vehicles available. In fact, there's some on here as I looked. There are some that aren't on here that I know are available because I've talked to the manufacturers, or again, will be available within about a year. All right, next slide, just to illustrate, just so that you know, many of these vehicles, and this is a specific one, it's the E-Lion Class 8 vehicle, but many of them, just as with a conventional vehicle, can be configured to fit your needs. And that certainly applies all the way down to the lighter trucks that you're going to use for a work truck. You work with the manufacturer, you work with the body manufacturer, and again, many of them are outfittable in the configuration that you need. So let's move on for a moment and talk about the Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation. I'm sure most of you have heard about this. You've heard about it some today. I just want to walk through it a little bit, talk about who it applies to and what it really means for most vehicle owners. So first of all, let's talk about who it applies to, all right? High priority fleets, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what those are in just a moment. Drayage vehicles, those are the ones that go in and out of ports and intermodal rail yards, and government-owned fleets. State of California, states, cities, counties. You notice the federal government isn't on here. That's because they're actually a priority fleet, and it's some weirdness in the law. I've never quite got it, but they have to be dealt with as a regular vehicle coming in and out of the state, not as a government vehicle, but they are covered under here. We're not giving the feds a pass. So I said I'm going to talk about priority fleets. What are those? Well, you'll see these two sub-bullet points here. Those are priority fleets. The easiest one to understand there is if you've got 50 or more vehicles, all right? But also if you have $50 million or more in gross revenue. And something that isn't said here is you either have to have trucks or have to have control of those trucks. And again, that's getting a little bit more in depth than what we want to cover here. What does that control mean? We call it common ownership and control. Many of you may have participated in some of our work groups. We've discussed that some. We've discussed that quite a bit, actually. And there's more information to be found at some web pages that I'll give you in a little bit. But as I said, one thing, and I've talked to some folks that they thought, well, my company has $50 million or more in business. I go onto a load board every now and then and have somebody ship something somewhere. Does that mean that the company, is there something I'm subject to here? The answer is probably no. Okay, and I say probably because, again, if somehow you have common ownership and control over a vehicle, which pretty much means that you control their movements, think Amazon, right? I mean, we know that most Amazon vehicles that deliver to your home aren't owned by Amazon, but they control, they control what those vehicles do. That's an example of common ownership and control. But so I don't want people to be confused and think that, you work for a company with 50 million or more in gross annual revenue, that alone makes you subject to the rule. However, if you're on this call, you probably have some trucks or have some this webinar, you probably have some trucks or have some in common ownership and control. Here's something that's different than a lot of our previous regulations, not all of them, but especially truck and bus. Truck and bus regulated vehicles down to, as you've heard today, over 14,000 pounds gross vehicle weight. This regulation, along with advanced clean trucks and some of our diesel regulations, I believe PSIP is one, but you heard about that from Randy earlier. So Randy's the expert on that. But this regulation now drops down to vehicles that are 8,500 pounds gross vehicle weight and greater. What does that mean? It really means a Ford F-250. And as I recall, you don't get into this 8,500 pound GVWR until you get into the dually 250s. Pretty much any 350 is going to fall into this. But again, it's commercial vehicles. It doesn't mean that if you own an F-250 or an F-350 that you use, around the house, around the streets, that it'll be subject to this regulation, right? There may be some other things that it's subject to. And again, we've heard about some of those, but it doesn't mean that you're going to have to go turn your vehicle over for an electric truck. Which is something else I want to get into in a moment is, again, who's this really apply to? What's this really mean to folks? But before I do that, one thing that is not on this slide, we just talked about the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation, and it showed a 75% final sales requirement in 2035. The Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation is also adding a section that increases that to 100%, I believe, by 2040. So we didn't change anything in the Advanced Clean Truck Regulation. It made more sense to add this into the Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation. But do be aware of that, as I said, it'll be 100% sales of medium and heavy duty vehicles have to be zero emission by, again, I believe it's 2040. Could be 2042, but I think that's 2040. I mentioned that advanced clean trucks, it is the demand. I mean, it's the supply side. This regulation is kind of the bookend of that. It's the demand side. Advanced clean trucks created the supply, required manufacturers to manufacture these vehicles. Advanced clean fleets will now start requiring some fleets to start turning over to those. So a couple of things, though, that are really important here. This doesn't impact everyone out there. In fact, most trucks will probably not be, and I always say probably, because if you're a single owner operator, you're under the common ownership and control over a bigger guy, you might be impacted. Really, you won't be directly impacted, but you're considered part of their fleet. So any fleet requirements, fleet percentages will apply to you someday, all right? But most fleets won't be impacted by this regulation, right? Additionally, this regulation doesn't impact everybody in the next year or even the next 2 years. I know we've got 2024 as an implementation date there, and that's true. But that one is when it starts to impact drayage trucks, and it doesn't impact the majority of those. In fact, it doesn't, it impacts a fairly small percentage of those. And the ones it especially impacts are those drayage trucks that will be newly registered at a port. You have to register to go in and out of a port. And if you want to start a new business, or a new truck going in and out of that port in 2024, it would have to be electric. And there's a couple of other stipulations in the regulation. But additionally, there are two pathways in the regulation. I don't think Randy went into those. And again, that's deeper than what we're going to get into, but there are two ways to comply. One of those does start in 2024. The other is much more flexible. Some of your lighter vehicles may have to, a small percentage, you may have to start turning over to zero emission in 2024, 2025 timeframe. But this doesn't, a lot of people have big concerns about things such as, where am I going to be able to charge my vehicle? This doesn't mean that everything has to be in place in a year, that you've got to turn over your complete fleet to zero emission vehicles in a year. This is phased in on what we think is a manageable timeline. All right, so that's a bit about advanced clean fleets, where we've been, why we've been there, and where we're building to. I think the last slide here, oops, not that one yet. The last slide here does give you some links. I want to point out that the second link on there, well, the first one is my email address. Feel free to email me. The second link on there is to the Advanced Clean Fleet regulatory page. It gives you all the information you need to know about the regulation. It also gives you a place to comment on the regulation. Our one-stop events like this today are to provide information on our rules, information to help people understand those rules and so forth. What they're not is they're not designed to be our regulatory rulemaking, our workshops and so forth. We've had a number of workshops. I don't believe we're planning on any more. One of the questions earlier was, has this rule gone to the board yet? It's actually slated to go to the board in October for its first hearing. It will go to a second hearing, possibly later this year, but more likely next year. So it's getting close to that first board hearing, which means we're at a point where a lot of the comments and commentary, what you want to do is submit it to us in writing at this point. That's how our process works. I mean, when I say that, our process wants input from people. That's why we have workshops. That's why we have this process to submit comments and ideas and reasons why we shouldn't do something or should do something. So please, if you're interested at all, go to that webpage and get on our listservs, get into the process. If you haven't been involved already, we really, really encourage it. Here's some other information on funding and so forth, which you'll hear more about later. Our next presentation is going to dive a little bit deeper into the technologies, but as I said, this is still a pretty high level event, and we will be diving deeper into those in the coming months in future seminars. So maybe another good reason to either watch our Truck Stop webpage or sign up for some of our listservs. So I will leave it at that and then move my slide there to any questions we have. Do we have any questions? Hi, Kat.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. So we do have two. So the first one says, with the move towards electrification, will LCFS credits be phased out?
No, absolutely not. And Brandon will probably give you a little bit more in his presentation, as I recall he does. But they'll probably become even more important. Electricity and hydrogen both are creditable under the LCFS program and will really help a lot of fleets. I mean, right now, electricity is cheaper than diesel anyway. But LCFS will actually most likely more than compensate you for some of the costs of going to zero emission. Again, Brandon will probably talk about that a little bit, but absolutely it's not going to be phased out.
Okay, and then the second one we have is, are ag trucks exempt from high priority fleets?
You know what? I don't know if we have any experts on the development of the rule. I believe the answer is no, but I don't want to tell you that for sure. Brandon may remember. Again, some of our team is working with the team that is developing the rule. So if there's anybody on here from CARB that knows for sure the answer, either throw it into chat or let one of us know and we'll answer that. But again, I believe the answer is that it does impact high priority ag fleets as well.
Okay, so I believe that's all the questions we have for now.
And by the way, I do see Beth just chimed in and verified that. Yeah, no, ag is not exempt from the regulation. Sorry, Kat, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Beth. And thank you, Bruce, for that presentation. So at this time, we are once again asking you to share your feedback on this presentation. If you could pull that up for us, Tomi, thank you. And so for the Zero Emission Technology and How to Electrify Your Fleet presentation, how would you rate it? A, it was great, extremely valuable. B, it was good, I got some good info. C, I had heard all of this information before, so I didn't really need this one. D, this presentation was not relevant to me. Or E, I had a hard time understanding several details in this presentation, not due to internet issues. So we'll give you a couple seconds on that before we move on to the next one. Okay. So we'll go ahead and wrap up those results since it's 11:20.
Got it.
Thank you, Tomi. And so next up, we have Brandon Rose, air pollution specialist, who will give us an introduction to zero emission technologies for medium and heavy duty vehicles and provide tips as to how you can start building your zero emission fleet and meet your fueling and charging needs. So Brandon, the floor is yours.
All right. Thanks, Kat, and thanks, Bruce, for that sort of good overview of ACF rule and what's coming down the pipeline. So I'm Brandon Rose, a longtime CARB staff. I've been doing the truck and bus rule in some form since 2007. I also have an energy background, and so we're in this new world where we're seeing this new sort of electric fuel cell vehicles being developed and sort of the confluence of the utilities and the transportation industry. And so I really spent a lot of my time learning this new technology. This presentation, I'm going to run through it, is the same that I've done in the past. I've watched a bunch of webinars and read a lot of guidebooks, but the information has fundamentally not changed since I put it together about a year ago. So if you've seen it before, it will be the same, but I think there's a lot of good stuff in there. So let me go ahead and jump. There we go. A little slow. So here is an overview slide. First, I'm going to explain a little bit about the battery electric and the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. I'll briefly discuss the types of chargers and the resources to find stations. Then I'll also discuss the benefits of the vehicles and some of the drawbacks to consider. Then we'll switch over to more of like a project planning discussion. We'll think about some of the fleet needs, who to partner with to build your team. And then we'll talk about where to find vehicle information and what site infrastructure considerations are needed. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about like realistic timelines and costs. So first, I'm gonna just talk a little bit about what a battery electric vehicle is and what fuel cell electric vehicle is. So battery electric vehicle, we call them BEVs, B-E-V, is very common. They run completely on electricity, and so they have no tailpipe emissions. The vehicles use batteries as the sole source of power for movement and all the other operations. The BEVs use an electric motor instead of an internal combustion engine, and they use a battery pack instead of a fuel tank. And so they have to be plugged in to recharge on a regular basis. The vehicles are really efficient, and a term that's often used is miles per gallon equivalent, or MPGE, right? And this allows us to compare the fuel efficiency between a conventional vehicle and a zero-emission vehicle, electric vehicle. So another really common term that's used is miles per kilowatt hour. And so a kilowatt hour, or a kWh, it's what you're used to seeing on your electric utility bill. That is, it's the volume of electricity over time, right? So you think about, you have a 100-watt light bulb on for an hour, right? That would be 0.1 of a kilowatt hour, 100 watts per hour. So most trucks, they can drive between, say, about 1/2 to 2 miles per kilowatt hour, right? And cars can go further, of course. You might see more like, 4 miles per kilowatt hour. And so it's important to note that the battery packs are rated for a certain number of kilowatt hour capacity, right? And then you also want to keep in mind that as the electricity grid gets cleaner and cleaner, that these vehicles are going to get cleaner and cleaner as well. And generally, the electric vehicle plugged into the dirtiest grid is equivalent to a conventional fossil fuel vehicle. But if the grid gets cleaner, which is definitely California, it's a lot cleaner than the national average, then you see a huge, huge benefit. And then next on the bottom of this slide here, you'll see there's just a simple diagram of how a battery electric powertrain works. On the left there, you have a charger and a charge controller that feeds electricity into the battery pack. Remember that the power grid and the electric motor run on alternating current, or AC power, while the batteries, they run on direct current, or DC power. And so there's an onboard inverter that automatically changes the electricity to whatever is needed. There's a battery management system, a BMS, that controls all of this. Right? The motor then mechanically drives the powertrain and the wheels. So sometimes the motors are integrated directly into each hub, and sometimes not. And then there also are batteries that can be on the side or between the frame rails as well. It really varies. So here is just a very basic picture of a battery electric powertrain for you. This one happens to be from Motive, which is a vehicle manufacturer outfitter. And you can see there's the equipment at the front of the vehicle. And then at the back, you have like the battery boxes between the wheels as well. And these chassis, they can take any number of different forms or different body types as well. So just one example. So let's talk a little bit about charging and chargers. This can get really complex, especially if you start diving into international standards. And so I'm going to try to give just a really high level overview. Don't worry if you don't catch everything at the first go. It's just there's a lot there to know. So as I mentioned before, the battery electric vehicles, they have to be plugged in to charge regularly. The amount of time it takes to charge depends primarily on two things: the power output of the charging station and the vehicle's ability to take a charge. So just remember that the vehicles have complex onboard chargers that communicate with the station and self-regulate charging speed based on a number of factors, right? Like the temperature, the battery capacity, its chemistry, and the station output. But basically, the higher the station's output, the faster the charging, right? It's sort of no-brainer. One common term that you see is miles of range added per, say, 10 minutes or per hour of charging. So you don't have to worry about all the technical details. You can just see, hey, this is going to add, 100 miles per hour, right? I'm going to get into a little bit more of the technical stuff a little bit later. So, I also want to just give an overview of the different types of charging stations and the different charge connectors. There are three basic station types. There's a level 1, a level 2, and a DC fast charging, or called DCFC. Sometimes these are called level 3, but if you look at the standards, it's not technically correct. Okay, so level 1 is the lowest power output, and it uses a regular household 120 volt socket. These are really uncommon in the commercial space since they're just really slow. And just on a side note, you do see a lot of people with a passenger car using just a socket at home, a level 1 socket at home. If a car sits for 15 or 20 hours a day, you can get plenty of charge. So the next step is the level 2 charger, and that uses that 240 volt socket. So think things like your clothes dryer or your oven, right? And the level 2 caps out at just under 20 kilowatts, technically in 19.2. So if you have, for example, let's say you have a 100 kilowatt hour battery, it would take about 5 hours to charge it with a 20 kilowatt hour station, right? 100 divided by 20 is equal to 5, right? So 5 hours. So it's a really good option if a vehicle is domiciled, right? A vehicle is sitting at a depot overnight, right? You have a consistent place to charge and it's going to sit. And that's one other thing. Just remember, for those curious about the math, remember that wattage, it's equal to volts times amps, right? And so if you have a 240 volt outlet and you have 80 amps, right? 240 times 80 is equal to 19,200, which is 19.2 kilowatts. So just those who are interested, pretty basic math on there if you're curious. So some of the other things you really want to consider is in the National Electric Code, there are limitations on continuous power draw. You typically have to derate 25%, but that's getting sort of way outside today's level of details. Okay, so the first two charger levels, they're both for AC power from the grid. But as I said, batteries work with DC power, and so the vehicle changes it on board. And for a DC fast charger, the station puts out direct current, so no conversion is needed, and the batteries can charge directly much faster. Right now, the potential is up to 350 kilowatts. There's also work on what's called extreme fast charging. And that's where you're talking about the megawatt range, right? Like over 1,000 kilowatt station. And what was just officially introduced is the CARB standard, which is the megawatt standard that goes up to 3.75 megawatts, right? So 3,750 kilowatt hours. And that would potentially let even a fully loaded semi with 1,000 kilowatt hour battery, right, 500 mile range that we're potentially going to see in the future to charge in under a half an hour or less. So really exciting, some really exciting prospects in the long-term future. Okay. So those are some of the variables that go into charging. The last thing I want to talk about on this slide, and I know I've spent a long time on it, is the different connector types, and you can see them on the right there. And I just want you to be aware of these. These are the three most common plug types today. The connector standards can get really complicated really fast, and there's definitely different variations around the world. Even within the same standard, they can have variations around the world. But I'm keeping it really focused, just like North America and the United States. So on the top right there, you see what's called the SAE J1772, or the J connector, right? This is very common. This is common for level 1 and level 2. Think about like 20 kilowatts output max. The next one in the middle there, that's the combined charging system, or CCS type 1, CCS combo. That combines the J connector with the DC fast charging plugs on the bottom. And this is what's most common today. It's rated up to the 350 or so kilowatts. And then next at the bottom, you see the SAE 3068 connector. This is much more recently developed and with commercial charging in mind, but it's definitely less common today. It does run on AC power. So be aware that's out there and potentially growing in the future as well. So I'll reference some of this information later in the presentation, but I think the main sort of takeaways from all this is that there's three types of charging stations. They have different outputs, and then there's those sort of three main plug types. And then you have a whole other host of plugs for other specialty uses as well, like an off-road, like a electric TRU use. So, okay. So next here is, what is a fuel cell electric vehicle? A fuel cell electric vehicle is a vehicle that uses a fuel cell to generate electricity for the batteries and motor on board. So you have pure hydrogen, and it undergoes the chemical reaction with the catalyst to produce electricity, with water as the only byproduct. This technology generally requires the same basic components as a battery electric vehicle, with the addition of a fuel cell stack and large composite wrapped hydrogen storage tanks. The vehicle does contain some batteries to help with the short-term power demands, like if you're pulling a hill, but a lot fewer than a pure electric vehicle. A fuel cell electric vehicle, they have zero tailpipe emissions. They're actually 2 to 4 times more efficient than a diesel engine. They can have a range similar to a conventional vehicle and can potentially refuel in about the same amount of time as well. So there's no downtime. It's one of the sort of big benefits of with fuel cell versus battery. This image here on the bottom right is demonstrating what a hydrogen truck tractor looks like. All of the components are highlighted. You have the fuel cell stack under the hood. You have the hydrogen storage tanks at the back. And then you have the battery pack and the plug behind the cab. So there's all the little pieces there. I also note that in hydrogen, we use kilograms to talk about storage and fuel as opposed to gallons. So everything's in kilograms. You know, a semi might be in the range of, say, 50 to 80 kilograms of capacity on board the vehicle, while maybe a small car might be like 5 or 10, just very roughly. And then just remember, basically a kilogram of hydrogen is roughly equivalent to a gallon of gasoline when you look at the BTUs as well. Next, I have just a little quick picture example. This is one example of a fuel cell platform. They certainly vary. You're seeing a lot of development of more integrated, sort of flexible skateboard-like chassis. And these can be finished into any kind of number of different vehicles. There's also a lot of work going on in the semi-truck area with a good number of major announcements recently, and some actual certifications and commercial availability of the hydrogen semi-trucks. So some real exciting emerging work in that space as well. Okay, just a little bit where to fuel. The federal government, it runs a great website. It's called the Advanced Fuels Data Center. And you can look up station locations here. Here's a couple of screenshots from showing the locations of the stations and hydrogen stations. I did pull this, it's been about a year now, so it's a little bit dated, but you can go and pull up the real-time map. These things are always in motion. Many of these stations, they are oriented more for the lighter duty use, but there are definitely some that are dual use, and there's a lot of plans in place to expand the fueling locations over the next few years. So next, I know that a lot of the terms that I'm using, they're very, very different than what we are all used to in the transportation and trucking industry, right? Like miles per gallon or horsepower. But I wanted to point out that while the vehicle components, they have different names, they actually perform really similar tasks that we're all used to. And here this slide demonstrates that one. For example, a fuel cell, it generates power, right? Which is the same as a diesel engine or gasoline engine or RNG or propane. Next, you have like a battery pack or hydrogen tank. Well, those just store energy like a fuel tank does, right? Except we use kilowatt hours and kilowatts and kilograms instead of gallons. Next, the electric drivetrain. It's basically the same as the powertrain and transmission, right? Drives the vehicle forward. And then the last part here is the battery management system. And among many things it does, it controls the battery temperature and controls the temperatures throughout the vehicle. And so it's very similar to how a radiator controls engine temperature and also typically runs into your cabin as well for your heating needs. So I just think that's interesting. Different names, same uses, like same duties that are done. Okay. Let me go ahead and here's just a couple of sort of the benefits of the battery electric and fuel cell vehicles. And of course, the first one on here is zero emissions, right? Which us as CARB, as the Air Resources Board, we really like. It's good for everyone to have zero emissions and be pollution free. The next thing is a higher fuel efficiency. Because an electric motor is more efficient than diesel, especially in urban cycles and where there is frequent starting and stopping, this allows the regenerative braking system to recapture a lot more energy. So I always thought that sort of interesting that I didn't realize until I got into more detail. These vehicles are most efficient starting and stopping versus just sort of going over the road where you're at a constant speed and there's no opportunity to recapture the energy than when you're slowing down. Next thing on here we have is low-cost fuel with potentially LCFS, low carbon fuel standard credits. We actually moved more of the LCFS discussion into one of the later presentations. So we don't get into a whole lot of detail about it, but the really important takeaway about the LCFS credits is that it pays you for that electricity or hydrogen consumptions, which means your fuel can basically be low cost or even free. Okay, and then there's also less maintenance required. There's no regular oil changes required with these, and the brakes last a lot longer as well. Powertrain is responsive. Drivers find them fun to drive because the electric motors, they provide instant torque. They're also safer because they can accelerate faster. There's no idling emissions or vibrations, so there's better driver comfort. And the one thing I hear really consistently throughout sort of webinars and talking to folks is the drivers really prefer these vehicles. They enjoy driving them and they pick them when they have the chance. And I think that's a really important consideration is driver happiness, especially the industry is constantly facing shortages of workers, and having somebody who wants to having somebody stick around is always a good thing, I should say. So, and the last thing I wanted to mention before I move off this slide is that the battery and vehicle costs, they are declining. Since 2010, battery costs have actually dropped about 90%. And we continue to see battery improvements, more capacity being added, the ability to charge faster, better battery chemistries, more environmentally friendly chemistries that don't don't contain certain rare earths that are hard to source or questionable in their sources. So big changes have been coming in, and more on the horizon as well. And then the bottom here, I just threw in a couple of photos of some zero emission vehicles. You can see real common zero emission transit buses, sort of small box trucks, and then there's a sort of school bus shuttle. So definitely a lot of choices out there today, and Bruce talked about that. So here, let's talk a little bit about purchase considerations. Here are some of the things to think about when looking at vehicles. One is there definitely is a higher upfront cost, but potentially a lower overall ownership cost. And I have a slide on this towards the end that we'll talk a little more in detail later. The next one is best for depot charging currently. So as I mentioned earlier, if you're at one depot, say overnight, it's a lot easier to plug in and charge. The public infrastructure is still under development. There's quite frankly not a lot of stations today, but there will be more in the future. It will certainly open up general public charging a lot more over the next few years. Okay. What else? The infrastructure is growing. Next thing on here is you really need to watch your electricity demand charge and your management to make sure you don't spike your electricity bill. You want to make sure your bill is reasonable. And I'll talk about that in more detail, some of those strategies. But here are some of the things today. Battery electric vehicles they generally offer more vehicle choices, but they have a variable range and cargo capacity. And while fuel cell vehicles are lighter and have longer ranges and potentially fuel faster, the station and vehicle choices are more limited today versus electricity. And for the heavy duty side of things, there's still a number of successful pilots and demos, and more vehicles are actually entering production as well. Okay, so this sort of first half of the presentation is an overview of the vehicles and technologies. This next half, I'm really going to talk about, sort of give you a primer about how to actually buy and get these vehicles into your fleet. All right, so first thing, and sort of be pretty upfront, is going electric, going zero emission, really requires some pre-planning. But if you ask many of these questions up front, you can really streamline the process, can save money and avoid some of the headaches along the way. A lot of this next section, it's built on the lessons learned from all the various demos and pilots, right? I really went there, read their lessons learned, talked to the staff, seen the presentations, so I put this together. So I like to say, others have learned this the hard way, so you don't have to. So here's a lot of this is going to be questions, initial questions to ask yourself. I know here at CARB, we intend to have more training sessions in the future where we'll do a much deeper dive, like multi-day sessions on how to go electric. But here are some basic questions. One, how far do you typically drive? Are you doing local deliveries and trips, maybe 50 to 150 miles a day? Or are you driving longer distances like regional or over the road work? I know for example, my local food bank, they have a small box truck. 3 times a week, they do a 20-mile route to the local grocery stores to pick up food, right? I mean, there's one real world example. Next, where and when do you have vehicle downtime? Is the vehicle coming back to a depot after the day shift? So you have all night to charge, or does it get right back on the road with the night shift? This helps indicate what type of charging or infrastructure you're going to need. On the right here are some of the things to think about, and we'll go through these in more detail. But briefly, what are the deployment lead times? Are they months or longer, like years? Do you need facility upgrades to get enough power to charge? Can you anticipate adding more vehicles in the future, right? Basically future-proofing charging needs while getting today's work done. And last, have you checked out your electric utilities website and engaged with them, which is just totally vitally important. So here's the next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about fleet needs. Here's some more questions to consider. The first is, what are the fleet deployment goals, right? Are you trying to meet some type of corporate sustainability, some kind of ESG goal. Maybe you recognize that the technology is on the way. You're looking to do an early demo to start figuring it all out early so you're ready for the future. And especially now while there's funding available to take action. I know I just watched the webinar talking about it was the producers daring. You know, they brought in 2 electric Volvo semi trucks, you know, and you know, it's a big operation. 2 trucks is not a whole lot, but it really is learning this process. How do we get them on? So the next vehicles, we're ready to add more in the future. Next on here I have, what is the timing? Is your fleet growing in the next few years? Do you have truck and bus replacements that are due? Maybe you have a significant number of turnovers. This is a good opportunity to go zero emissions while you're actively replacing. What else is on here? What are your operational goals, right? And this gets into really detailed planning, like really, how am I going to integrate these into my daily operations and dispatch, right? How do I make sure that the vehicle is charged, right? Charged each day and the right choice for the route. Next are the drivers and staff. Are they minimally trained on the vehicles, right? Does your maintenance staff have some basic troubleshooting training, right? That means that they can swap out a basic fuse, right, quickly. And that's the difference between having the vehicle stuck in the shop waiting for the manufacturer's mechanic or hitting the road for the day. So you definitely want to make sure you have some internal staff training. Other thing, a lot of community colleges, they are gearing up and leveraging their existing diesel workforce programs for these new technologies. So they're also a really great local resource that we've been seeing expanding into the space. All right. So next one is defining your team. And I know when I was doing my research, I thought this was particularly interesting to hear this consistently. Is building, because you wouldn't necessarily think about it, but building a cross-functional team is critical to your success. You know, with these projects, you're going to run into some challenges, some roadblocks, and having a dedicated team with buy-in will help overcome this. And so here's just a list of common participants, include like the fleet manager, of course, having buy-in from a senior executive or maybe the company owner, the electric utility, the dealer or vehicle manufacturer, potentially a consultant or architectural engineering firm. Incentive program staff is always critical, and more. So it's really important to make sure you have a well-defined team with buy-in. And then one last tip is to look for internal champions at your organization. And what I mean by champion is somebody who is already interested in technology and willing to learn new things, right? The person who always has the latest and greatest in gadgetry and technology. They're a great resource to tap and help support your project as well. All right, so let me jump to this next slide on a little bit about utility partnerships. And I've mentioned this a little bit, but let me go through it in a little more detail. Is having a strong partnership with your electric utility because is really critical, because they're both your fuel provider and a source for incentives as well. And one rule of thumb that I really want to stress is to contact the utility early. Talking to their staff at the onset of the process is really critical. They can help you identify and understand potential build-out requirements, cost and development timelines, the rates and charges, and they can also help with incentives. And then, of course, a good first start is to always check out their websites. Their sites have grown in complexity and usefulness over the last couple of years. So here are just a couple of utility considerations. First, evaluate the existing infrastructure, right? You're going to ask, how much power does the facility have, and will it meet your needs? The electric grid can vary from location to location. Sometimes bringing in power can be easy, and sometimes it can be really hard. Next says, when will vehicles charge, and do you need to share plugs, right? So one of the things you need to do is to calculate your peak demand by adding up all the vehicles that are charging at once. So having a lot of vehicles can lead to higher costs than charging at once can lead to higher costs than necessary. So there's a bunch of options to help manage this. It can be as simple as like a cheap wall timer or a complex, integrated software system with your operations. Right? These are called advanced load management systems, or ALMS. And then one other thing I'll just note, but not get into detail, sometimes it can make sense to couple a project with distributed energy resources, and that is a solar system or a battery system on site to help charge your vehicles and offset your energy demand as well. So definitely something to think about as you go through this process. Okay, next we'll talk a little bit about how to find a vehicle. First thing is you really need to answer some basic questions up front, like how many miles are driven each day? What is the vehicle used for, right? This is what's the weight, size, or the body type. A lot of the traditional manufacturers have zero emission models already and more on the way. And so you can always check with your regular dealership to see what the offerings are. So one of the things I suggest is modeling typical routes a vehicle will be used to estimate its energy consumption. Most manufacturers will do this for you, but there are a number of easy to use free calculators online as well. And this basically, you model your route. This will ensure there's enough range each day to do the work and get back. So that's important. You also want to make sure you discuss delivery timing from the manufacturer so you can fit it into your plan as well. So here are, bottom of this slide, a couple of just really, I thought, some good resources to help you identify potential vehicles based on the body types and uses. The first one here is the Hybrid Voucher Incentive Program, or HVIP. It's been updated to include a lot of basic vehicle information. There's also the Zero-Emission Technology Inventory Tool, or the ZETI tool. And that lets you identify some specific vehicles as well. And then there's also a number of vehicle guides out there on the internet. Excuse me, I posted a link here to the one from San Diego Gas and Electric. Just as an example, that link takes you to a whole guide that lists all the vehicles and all their specifications. And you can use these tools to identify some potential manufacturers and then follow up with them as well. Okay, so let me just quickly show you a couple of screenshots. Here's a screenshot of the HVIP website, which is a great website. You click on the body type and you'll get a list of the available vehicles by company. And then many of these have their spec sheet included as well. And you can also download an Excel spreadsheet of all the vehicles that are eligible under the program as well, which can be helpful if you want to do some data analysis. Next, here is the ZETI tool. Right? CalSTART administers both of these websites, so the data does overlap a little bit. This one's not necessarily California specific, but you can put in the body type, and then you can select the region as well as all the different manufacturers. And I just looked, they just updated this website. So this screenshot I need to update, but it still looks fairly similar as well. So those are two really good resources to help you find vehicles. Okay. So let me move on and talk a little bit about infrastructure. And infrastructure is a really important aspect for a successful project. One of the things is that the infrastructure is hard because everybody's needs is going to vary based on the specific situation, right? Depends on the fleet size, the operations, right? Maybe you're one of the big guys with thousands of vehicles, or maybe you're just an owner operator with just one or anywhere in between. It's going to be a little bit different. So how you operate, so like if you're parking at a depot, right, or maybe you have like a hydrogen station nearby, right? How you access the fuel, how much power you need. These are all the little things that go into your infrastructure needs. So here's some other questions. If you need to charge a lot of vehicles at once, the utility may have limits based on the specific location in the neighborhood distribution grid. There's also on-site factors that can cause cost to vary greatly. For example, if you need like a large new transformer on site, that can be expensive, as well as things like trenching, laying conduit, station installation, any kind of like switchgear or charge management systems. There are a lot of utility programs that can offset these costs, but you just want to be aware of this. So I have a few questions to consider. One is, where am I physically going to charge compared to where the electric service enters the property, right? Is the electric panel service, is it near the trucks, or is it totally on the opposite side of the building or facility, right? How does this fit into your site use patterns, right? Are the vehicles coming and going in one area? Can you maybe move them closer to the electrical service? Is that an easier, cheaper thing to do? Every situation is just a little bit different. All right. Next, what are the electric vehicle supply equipment, or the EVSE options? Do you need a specific level of charger that we talked about before? Do you need advanced charge management software, or will simple stuff work? So you really do want to talk to the charger companies and providers, right? And that's why I say utility can help you with that as well as the manufacturer. Then finally, last bullet on here is permitting. The local billing department, or the authority having jurisdiction, the AHJ, they may have their own way of doing things or interpreting code. So it's important to talk to them as well. Some of the questions: what is their process and timeline? How much service will they provide? And is there sort of any work being done to streamline those processes? So the Governor's Office of Business is always working to try to streamline permitting throughout California in this field. But just remember, talk to the local building department and understand what they want as well. All right, I'm starting to come to an end here. I do want to talk a little bit about timing. The one thing that we've heard over and over in the demos and pilots is to allow plenty of time for a project to come together. Remember to include the time it will take to plan, develop, and deploy your electric charging infrastructure, plus getting the vehicles delivered. Full deployment can take months or longer, depending on what's needed. The amount of required infrastructure may vary with the fleet size, right? A couple of vehicles may not need many or any facility upgrades, while major expansion may need extensive facility rework, right? So here's sort of a really general timeline based on deployment best practices. And this certainly varies, but so planning and permitting, 3 to 12 months. Electric upgrades and construction, 6 to 48 months. I know the 48 months, it always opens people's eyes. That could be if you needed a whole new substation to upgrade. That would be the absolutely extreme case. But that's just an example of why you want to talk to the utility early. And then the next one on here is deployment and vehicle integration, right? 1 to 3 months. So you can see it can easily take 6 to 18 months from starting point to having drivers and vehicles on the ground operating. So just keep that in mind. These lead times can be significant. Some other questions to ask, just to keep in mind: how does your organization contract or budget, right? Do you need to write specifications and put out a solicitation for bids like a government agency? Or can you be less formal and get quotes? Also, do you need to get into an internal budget cycle, right, where it takes years to get approved? All right. So you also need to go out and find vehicles and put together enough of a plan, even to get like a budget request put together, right? That can take some time to sort of put together a basic plan just to ask for the funding. So I think, just to summarize that, I think one of the most important things I've heard is to be really realistic with timing, the getting through that planning, permitting, and then getting into construction, and that whole process, and then making sure the vehicles arrive somewhat when the actual infrastructure is done, because you don't want these expensive vehicles sitting around waiting for a charging station to get commissioned or inspected. Okay, so here's my slide on some of the costs. This is the cost comparison of a 2024, of hypothetical 2024 Class 5 delivery van with diesel fuel versus battery electric versus hydrogen fuel cell. And it's over 12 years and operating 26,000 miles per year. You can see that the total cost of ownership for electric is predicted to be lower than conventional diesel fuel. So that's really clear. We've been doing some more analysis as we move further in the electric truck rulemaking. And what we find is that even in situations where all of the power, all of the charging comes from, say, a higher cost public station, that it's still not going to be any more expensive from a total cost of ownership perspective than a conventional vehicle, is I think one of the important takeaways. And here, I'm not going to run through all the numbers in this chart, but you can see the numbers. And then some of the just sort of basic assumptions I think are pretty reasonable. Predictable route with depot charging at 15 cents per kilowatt hour, 13.8 mile per gallon efficiency for the conventional, 1.3 miles per kilowatt hour for electric, maintenance at 31 cents per mile for conventional, 23 cents per mile for electric, and an LCFS credit value of 17 cents per kilowatt hour. So I think it's sort of the main takeaway is you really have to look at the total cost of ownership, right? That the upfront capital costs of these vehicles is more expensive, but it's offset by the lower ownership costs overall. And of course, these values, continue to get better and better as the vehicles come down in price and you get better economies of scale. So coming to the end here, the total cost of ownership can be same or lower in many cases, I said. You really do want to consider how to finance the infrastructure and the vehicles. This slide lists some of the resources available to help finance the infrastructure and the vehicles. We're gonna have an incentive presentation that will go through some of these in more detail later. For infrastructures and chargers, there's the Cal-E VIP program and the Energize programs. There's also the various utility make-ready programs authorized from the Public Utilities Commission. And then there's also a loan program as well. I mentioned there's the low carbon fuel standard. It provides an incentive for fueling with the alternative fuels. And so I just want to sort of say, add these to your checklists on what to check on, because they can potentially offset enormous amount of your costs. So finally, just really be realistic, have a plan when it comes to cost and financing. Be aware, what's your credit like? Can you get into a loan? What do the interest rates look like? It's really something to think about early on. Even if the government incentives can pay for maybe half, they can pay for a big chunk of the overall program costs or project costs. Okay, so that's everything I have today. Here's just sort of a quick project planning guide that I put together for reference, and I'll run through it. The step one is to do an initial investigation and start building your team. Remember to engage the utility right away and be aware of any incentives. Step two is to identify potential vehicles that will work for you. The new equipment is constantly entering the market, so perform sort of a quick yard and charging analysis to get an idea of how much power you might need and where the charging is possible and how that matches up to the vehicles. The next steps in step three This includes planning for operations, deployment, and thinking about phasing in the short term and the long term, right? So, if you starting with 1 or 2 vehicles, but you're going to go to 20, you want to think about that up front. If you're going to trench, you only really want to trench once. Put down all your conduit once. It can save you a lot of hassle and money in the future. Okay, and then of course, keep an eye on the rebate requirements. Step 4 is to complete formal engineering design and cost estimates. This prepares you for permitting, right? Step 5 is the actual physical infrastructure build out and construction, right? So charger installation and everything else that's needed. Step 6, as I mentioned, try to match your truck delivery with the charger sign off and final approval as best as you can. You really don't want to have these things sitting, going unused because there's a problem. And then last one, step 7, you get the vehicles, ensure you have driver and maintenance staff training, as well as ongoing education as well. The drivers do need to have some introduction to the vehicles, as well as the mechanics. So that's sort of my quick summary. There's certainly a number of other guidebooks out there that can run through this process as well. So that's sort of that brief rundown. I think some of the things, the zero emission vehicles, they're clearly on the way. The technology is going to keep improving. The battery costs are going to keep dropping. There's going to be range increases, and there's going to be more and more vehicle and truck availability. We're still early on. The rules under development, they really are like the long game. You're talking about 10, 20-year rules. But I hope this overview really gave you a better understanding of how to go electric. Some of the things just to think about, what questions to ask, and some of the starting resources. I want to say, I think the hardest part is that every situation is going to be a little bit different depending on your business, your specific vehicles, and the type of operations, right? What's the solution for you? But I do think, even though it takes some time, with a little persistence and a can-do attitude, that you can really sort of pave the way to this cleaner future by going with zero emission. So thank you. I see Kat's back.
Thank you, Brandon, for that great presentation. Bruce, did we have any questions for Brandon?
Yeah, we do have a couple of quick ones here. One came in through the chat, but it's a great question. Brandon, whose responsibility is it cost-wise for the new substation?
Oh, whose responsibility for the new cost station? Typically, so California had a new law in the last year or two that requires the utility to pay for those upgrades. So anything, especially anything behind the meter, the utility, the investor-owned utility would cover. So the PG&E or Southern California Edison, that's really clear.
Okay, one other question, and then we probably should close it because we're right about at time. My employees take their service vans at home at night so they can start work at first service call in the morning. How would this work? Do we have to pay to set up charging stations? And I'll grab that. I mean, I think every business model is different. If you pay for their fuel now, maybe you'll want to pay for for electricity costs. But again, I think every business model is different, and that would be completely up to you. So
I do think this rule, Bruce said, it's starting with the large fleets and it's phasing in at a small percentage of your purchases initially. And so I think that's a good question as we see a public fueling network get developed, high powered charging, right? I think that's going to be a good question does it make more sense to have a level 2 station at home, where it's a level 2 station you see for passenger cars pretty commonly? And will they just charge overnight at home and then you'll figure out how to pay for the electricity? Or do they just have a high powered megawatt charger that they just charge in their daily operations like they would go to a fueling station? So it's a sort of open to see how the market develops and where we go.
all righty, that's it. And Kat, back to you.
So at this time, we're once again asking for you to share your feedback on this presentation. If you could I think we'll skip the poll for time's sake, unless we wanted to do this one for sure.
Yeah, it'll only take a minute. Let's go ahead and do it.
Sure. Okay. So we'll before the session evaluation, we'll do this poll. So if Tommy, you could pull it up. Thank you. So how do or would you handle charging any battery electric vehicles you own now or might own in the future? So A, depot overnight charging at your own facility. B, always using a public charging facility. C, sometimes using a public charging facility for opportunity charging, like short periods of charging throughout the day. Or D, sometimes using a public charging facility for depot overnight charging. We'll give that a minute or so.
We're at 23% right now. People are actively completing it.
Okay, and how are we doing now?
36%, 37%, and still coming in a little bit here.
Okay, we'll give it a few more minutes or seconds.
Yep. I'll close it when we get to 40%, unless it's well, you know what? As soon as I say that, it drops off on there. So yeah, 40%, and then we'll go ahead and close it. We just have one more response. We can get that in, folks.
Okay.
Okay, it's stuck at 39. So I'm going to go ahead and end the poll, and I will share the results.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like the majority was depot overnight charging at your own facility, with also some reliance on public charging. Okay.
Great.
All right, thank you for that. And then
Yep.
we'll move on to the session evaluation. So if you could please share your feedback for this presentation. Okay, so how would you rate this
Oh.
presentation?
Actually, I think I did the incorrect one. Zero, it should be zero emission. Hold on, everyone. Apologies. For some reason, let me go back. Hold on just a second, folks. So I'm not seeing our zero emission survey, so I'll work on it during our break. And then we'll get that, I'll get that updated. So maybe when we come back from lunch break, I'll, during lunch break, I'll post it up for folks on there and have it on there. So apologies,
thank
folks,
you.
but we'll get that updated.
All right, so I'll go ahead and hand it back over to Bruce, and he'll lead us into the lunch break.
All right. Thank you very much, Kat. Sorry. So yes, we are going to take a lunch from, I don't know if I should back this up, and Tommy, you can jump in and correct me. We're running 5 minutes late. We are scheduled for 12:10 to 1:05 for a lunch break. Tommy, would we have a problem if we went 12:15 to 1:10?
I can do that.
Okay, why don't we do that then? Please be back by 1:05, and looks like we'll have a timer on there. And at that point, we'll go into some more presentations. We'll talk about heavy duty I&M and incentives and a few other things. All right, so thank you. See you at 1:10.
Yep, it says 1:05, but we'll just we'll put in chat on here. I'll see if I can correct it and post it, but for now we'll stay with the 55 minutes. Yep, no problem. And I'll play a little music in the background, folks. Sorry about that. Thanks, Gabriella. We're going to be starting back up here in a couple seconds. Bruce, if you want to come back on air.
Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you everybody for coming back for the afternoon's presentation. We've got some good ones coming up. But the very first one we have coming up is Randy Opfer, who will be providing some information about what we heard a bit about earlier this morning, and that's the heavy duty I&M program. So take it away, Randy.
All right, I'm back. Hey, let's see if we've got the act for Dijet. Oh, there we go. All right, fantastic. Like Bruce said, good afternoon, everybody. I just want to make sure that I had the ability to turn these slides on. And the topic we're going to talk about this afternoon, right after lunch, I'm sure everybody's wide awake now, deals with a program that was just approved for adoption by our board back in December of 2021. It's called the Heavy Duty Vehicle Inspection and Maintenance Program. And I would actually prefer, and I think the people that have put this program together would like it to be more known as the heavy duty smog check program, because that's really what it is. This morning, I talked about the periodic smoke inspection program, and I went over what the testing requirements were for that, and that's currently in place. This program, I also said this morning that this program is going to replace that sometime in early 2024. So let's go through the material. Today's presentation, we're going to talk about how we got here, what bill was done in order to get this particular program in place. And then I'm going to go through the regulatory basics to let you know what is involved in this program, what the requirements are, and how everything's going to float down the road as far as when things happen. This is, I'll tell you right off the bat, going to be a more extensive program than the periodic smoke inspection one is. It's going to have more testing involved, and it's going to actually apply to more vehicles than the periodic smoke inspection program does. I'm seeing a couple of questions coming down, and this program does apply to heavy duty diesel vehicles. So if you have a class 7 or 8 vehicle, stay on board. We're going to cover that material and help you out with what the requirements are. All right. Senate Bill 210, this was back in 2017, 2018, was put in, and the whole idea for this was to create a more comprehensive program to do in-use testing for vehicles. Now, some of you may or may not really understand what that means, but we have a major issue with the fact that as vehicles age, their emission systems degrade, and they produce more emissions than they were actually certified to. That's what the smog check program does for just regular vehicles, is try to test them to make sure that those vehicles are consistent throughout their lives in the amount of pollution that they put out. We've not really had a good program for that with heavy duty diesel trucks. The periodic inspection program, smoke program, actually has done a good job, but it's not as widespread, and it doesn't actually do as good a job as what we need to have done. So Senate Bill 210 basically required the Air Resources Board, as well as some other sister agencies like the Bureau of Automotive Repair and the California Highway Patrol, to work together to make sure that we had a program like this that would do several things. And the objectives shown here are exactly what this program was intended to do, trying to make sure that the vehicles' emissions were low throughout their entire life, to ensure that the vehicles are working the way they were designed to work. And this is a key one, because as we go forward, this is going to make even some of the requirements are going to sound like they're more than they should be, but the way the program is designed, it should actually have less impact and less downtime for the operators. So here are some of the basics. Who does this apply to? Well, I'm going to go kind of back and forth. I'm going to show you what I've got here as far as what the applicability is, but I'm also going to bring it back to what the periodic smoke inspection program requirements are. So for the PSIP program, as I explained that was if you had 2 vehicles over 6,000 pounds, diesel on-road in California vehicles, then the program applied to. For the heavy duty inspection and maintenance program, it's all non-gasoline heavy duty vehicles in California that are more than 14,000 pounds. So right there, you have a significant difference in that for this program, you only have to have one vehicle. For this program, it is the only ones that are over 14,000 pounds. And it also includes those vehicles coming from out of state and out of country. The PSIP program is only for those that were registered in California. But when we go into this HDI&M program, it's going to include every truck, not just one's fleets that have 2 or more vehicles. It does have requirements for owner operators, and this program does have some limited exemptions. I can't go into all those today, but just to give you an idea, I know we're focusing today into the movement to zero emission vehicles. Obviously, zero emission trucks are not going to have a problem with emissions, so they're not going to have any problem, or they're going to be exempt from this HDI&M program. But also emergency vehicles, military tactical vehicles, and there will be some other useful exemptions that go along with that. Gasoline heavy duty vehicles, that's why the beginning of this says this applies to all non-gasoline, because gasoline trucks are actually going to be phasing into being part of BAR's smog check program. When I say BAR, I mean the Bureau of Automotive Repair. So there's a kind of a delineation there. If you run a gasoline truck in California over 14,000, probably it's going to be most of the registered trucks. It is going to fall into the BAR program. Now, for an owner, the requirement is, I'm not going to say it's simple, but the basic requirement is that your vehicle can be compliant with the HD9 program. Now, what does this compliance mean? Well, a vehicle in this program will be deemed compliant when, number one, there is a compliance fee that has been built into this. It's a maximum of $30 per year per vehicle that has to be paid to the Air Resources Board, and it's to run the program. The owner of vehicle has to also report to a reporting system that CARB is in the process of creating. It's not available right now. We expect that that program, or that reporting program, will be available toward the end of this year. No, sorry, the end of 2023. The owner has to demonstrate compliance with the testing requirements. Now, I'm going to get into what the testing requirements are, but I will tell you right off the bat, there will be no testing that actually takes place for this program until sometime in early 2024. Until then, the PSIP program is still in place. So we don't want you to make the mistake of assuming that because this program has been approved for adoption, that the testing I'm going to describe is going on right now. It doesn't happen until the beginning of 2024. Finally, in order for the owner to be deemed compliant under this HDI&M program, you can't have any outstanding enforcement actions. That means that if you've already had an issue with the Air Resources Board, an inspection of some kind, and you're under some type of enforcement action that requires you to do certain things in order to get out of that enforcement action, then this HDI&M program, you're not going to be able to be in compliance with it either. There can't be an outstanding recall on your equipment either. Now, I know some of you have probably received recall notices in the mail for your vehicles. I've had that a few times where, silly things like there has to be a sticker put somewhere. But for the heavy duty inspection and maintenance program, if you have any outstanding emissions related recalls, these are ones where they require you to bring the vehicle back to the dealership and have something done to fix a problem that has been identified either by their own inspections or by some interaction between CARB or the federal EPA and the manufacturer to determine that emissions are under some type of issue for recall. So that has to be taken care of. Otherwise, the heavy duty inspection and maintenance program will not, you won't be able to pass that or be in compliance with that either. I did talk a little bit about when this becomes effective, but I want to point this out a couple of times because it's important to understand exactly when this is going to happen. Starting next year, January of 2023, I know it says two things on here. It says no outstanding enforcement actions and no outstanding emissions or OBD related recalls. That's true. but also starting January 1st of 2023, there will be. Hey, Tommy, we're hearing some background from the, I think the Spanish speaking. Okay, that's gone.
Hold on. Yeah, I think I got it.
Okay.
You may have to reset because I had to unmute myself and mute one of the interpreters. So it may take 5 seconds for you to take control of the slides.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, you seem to be speaking at a good pace, but just as a reminder for our interpreters, try not to get going too fast.
Yeah, after lunch, I tend to do that a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so let's go back down over this timeline. So the demonstration requirements are going to be threefold, and the first one that's going to happen is in January of 2023. Aside from not having any outstanding enforcement actions or outstanding emissions or OBD related recalls on your vehicle, we're going to start doing a remote sensing or remote testing program. It's actually already happening right now, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit more in just a few moments. But instead of having inspectors placed all over the state, which we will still do, we're going to have remote sensing devices placed in a variety of locations. And as vehicles pass through them, there will be an instantaneous readout of the emissions from those vehicles. And the idea there is we're trying to find high emitters. Possible high emitter vehicles. That's going to start in force January of 2023. No earlier than July 1st of 2023 is when the compliance fee is supposed to come into effect, as well as the reporting system. Both those things, I say no earlier than July of 2023. That's because we're going through a process right now to build the reporting system. And as it stands right now, we expect that not to be complete until sometime in the late third quarter of 2023. All right. And then starting no earlier than January of 2024, and I'm going to say right now, it's probably not going to happen until somewhere later first quarter of 2024 is when the actual.
Sorry, Tommy, we're still hearing interpreters in that channel.
So Randy, just pause for a moment. Hey,
Sure.
Nadersh, do me a favor. We need to have one of the other translators coming on because you're bleeding through the English channel and not currently in. So just go ahead and mute, and if I can have one of the other Punjabi interpreters take over, and we'll try and troubleshoot on the back end.
Thank you.
Okay, Randy, sorry about that. Go ahead, please.
Hey, no worries. I had to take a drink anyway. All right. All right, so the testing starts the first quarter of 2024. One thing that I spoke about earlier this morning also is that this regulation, as well as some of our other new ones, will be tied to DMV registration. This one will be tied to DMV registration. So if you don't meet the compliance standard for the HDI&M program, then it is possible you won't be able to get your vehicle registered for operation in the state of California. That provides an interesting problem as far as out-of-state vehicles. So we don't necessarily have control. Actually, we have very little control over the out-of-state vehicles that operate in our state. The federal law allows us to apply our regulations to any vehicle that operates here. But sometimes if a vehicle that's from out of state and based out of state actually does violate a law and get a citation of some type, it's difficult to process that citation on somebody who doesn't live here. So for DMV registration, a lot of trucks operate on something called apportionment, where a portion of their registration is from a variety of states that they operate in. That's really the only tool we have in the tool belt here for enforcement on out-of-state vehicles. If they are not in compliance with the HDI&M program, they won't get that apportioned registration. So legally, they won't be able to operate in California, and that's the stick. That's how this is actually going to be enforced. All right, let's see here. All right. I did talk just momentarily about the roadside emission monitoring systems or devices. The short term for that is REMD. And as I said, those will be in place throughout the state of California starting in 2023. I also let you know that these are already being used. Our enforcement division is currently using these in a variety of locations throughout the state, and we are currently writing citations for the use of these. Now, there are a couple of different varieties of this type of device. One is one like the top picture you see, where we have staff in the field who set this temporary station up and trucks drive past it. The other one, like the one on the bottom, is in more of a permanent location where trucks come through. We will have these set up in all over the state, a variety of locations in both types. The ones that we set up on a temporary basis are there only for a day or two. And oftentimes we only set them up for a single day, and they will be moved around so that they're not where people can avoid them, basically. If you wind up getting tested by one of these devices and identified as something called a high emitter, you will be issued a notice to submit to testing, or NST. Now, a notice to submit to testing is going to require that you bring that vehicle within 30 days to some type of referee station where your emissions can be tested more thoroughly to determine whether or not you actually are a high emitter. Now, the field testing is instantaneous. I'm not sure what the technology they're using right now is, but it can be, it can get some false readings based on several different things. If there happens to be another truck too close to where the measurement's being taken, if you're running a vehicle that has a transport refrigeration unit, sometimes the emissions of those units will mix in with the emissions from the main vehicle and cause this potential high emitter notification to be issued. So it's not perfect, but it is something that is used to weed out the vehicles that are already having emission issues and get them taken care of in a quicker fashion. Okay. All right. All right. Go back up here. Okay. What are the testing requirements? I've been talking about this, mentioning this a couple different times. It's not a single requirement. It depends on the age of your vehicle. So the periodic testing requirements or vehicle testing requirements are going to depend on whether or not your vehicle has something called onboard diagnostics or not. Onboard diagnostics, or OBD, that's the computer system that most newer vehicles are running with. It actually monitors all the emissions related components of the vehicle, as well as many of the other functions of the engine. And in a 2013 or newer model year engine for heavy duty diesel vehicles or on-road trucks, they came standard from the factory. This is what's going to make this ultimately an easier thing for people to deal with, because the OBD systems they're electronic, they're computer generated, and it should be a simpler way to have information transferred to pass this test. What you're going to have to do initially with this program is twice per year, there's going to have to be a test or data submission from the OBD system. Now, how that information is transmitted is the question. We'll go through that in just a few minutes. That twice per year is likely to increase, or it probably will increase to 4 times per year after 3 years of this program. And that's both those numbers are new. The periodic smoke and test inspection program was only required once per year for certain fleets. This is twice per year for OBD vehicles, for all vehicles that are in the state of California that meet the conditions that I went over. And then again, 4 times per year after that. That's a difference from PSIP, as well as the next line here. In the PSIP program, it only applied to diesel on-road commercial vehicles. This periodic testing requirements for the HDI&M program is going to apply to California motorhomes and on-road ag vehicles, and they will have to do this test once per year. That's all for OBD. Now, for those vehicles that are on our roads that are non-OBD, these would be ones that are prior engines that are pre-2013, so 2012 and older. They did not come equipped with the computer systems that the new vehicles do. They're going to stick with the same functional test or the same smoke test that I went over in the PSIP program. It measures opacity. In addition to that, there is a visual or functional test that is going to have to be done for these vehicles, and that will be twice per year, just like the OBD vehicles. California motorhomes and on-road ag vehicles will have a once per year requirement to maintain compliance. Those deadlines for passing this test for any DMV registered vehicle, California vehicle, is going to be based on your normal registration times. So if your registration is always due in April for a vehicle, that's when your test has to be done. And then 6 months later than that, the second test has to be done. When it goes to 4, it'll be every 3 months. If you have an out-of-state vehicle, then the testing deadline is going to be based on the last VIN of your last number of your VIN. Now, there is a 90-day window around both of those dates. So for the DMV registration for California and the last number of the VIN for out-of-state vehicles, let's say it's I don't know, January 1st is your testing, your regular testing period. Be January 1st, then July 1st. 45 days either side of January 1st and July 1st, so that's a 90-day window, is when you have to do the test and submit it to the reporting system in order to maintain compliance. What are the testing methods? Let me get these all up here. All right, so this is where initially I believe it's probably going to be a little bit interesting, and that for non-OBD vehicles especially, but for OBD equipped vehicles, it is a data scan. It is, we just want a file that is downloaded from the OBD system. Some of you may be familiar with what happens during a smog inspection. When you take a regular vehicle into a regular smog check station, one of the things that they do is they take a little wire with a special plug on it, and they plug it into a receptacle that is underneath the steering column, the driver's side steering column. And that is your OBD receptacle. That is a direct connection to the computer system that runs the vehicle and monitors all the emissions related components. Now that is also a possibility here. There will be referee stations that will handle some of the high emitters and the testing for that. But the way most people are likely to do this is one of two main ways. Either using a telematics service provider, and I'll talk about that more in just a second, or some type of handheld spool or dongle that meets the CARB's data format requirements. Let's talk about the scan tool or the dongle. I know that's a funny word, but just think flash drive. A dongle is nothing more than a flash drive. Basically, you take this little flash drive and you plug it into the OBD receptacle, you drive, and then you turn it back in. Now, where will you get these things? The idea right now, the thought process is that we'll have kiosks set up at a variety of locations throughout the state, like rest areas, truck stops, and I don't know, markets or things like that. There'll be kiosks where you can go to the kiosk, check out one of these flash drives or dongles, and then put it into the receptacle. And then the next time you stop at another area with a kiosk, you just turn it in. The scan tool one is for actual certified testers. We'll go through the testing certified tester requirement in just a second, but there is a requirement in this program that any testing done, except for the flash drive one that I just spoke of, has to be performed by somebody who's gone to a training class to learn about this particular regulation and the process of conducting the test. They will be called certified testers. We currently have a program, the PSIP program, that also has certification requirements for people to do testing. This is going to be a little bit different for the HDI&M program, but it's similar enough that you can think of it in the same manner. Now let's get back to the telematics. So right now, there are a lot of truck drivers in the country, not just California, that use service providers to collect data that they need to operate safely and legally. Data like how many hours of operation the truck has been going on, how many hours. So truck drivers are not allowed to drive beyond a certain number of hours to be safe. This information is collected automatically by a telematics service provider. When you go past an area where they have a monitoring device. It can read your system automatically. Sometimes you have to submit data to them, and then they do all of the reporting. What we're envisioning here is ultimately that most OBD vehicles on the road will have this data that we're looking for submitted for them automatically through one of these telematic service providers. When it gets to that point, it's going to be a no-see-em kind of thing. The information will just go from your truck to where it needs to be for us to determine whether the vehicle is compliant. All right, that's for OBD equipped vehicles. What about, again, the non-OBD vehicles? As I said a few moments ago, it's the smoke opacity test that I spoke of this morning in the periodic smoke inspection program. And that test, as I said, goes by lots of different names. The name I'm going to use here is the official name for it, which is the SAE J1667 protocol. SAE stands for the Society of Automotive Engineers, and that J1667 is just a number associated with the testing requirements. So that is the smoke test. Now, the smoke test is only appropriate for diesel vehicles. So that J1667 only works on diesel. So if you are running a non-diesel, non-gasoline vehicle in the state that also falls under this program, then it's a inspection, just a visual inspection and a functional inspection of your vehicle to determine if it's in compliance. All of that testing, whether it be the J1667 or the functional / visual inspection, has to be performed by a certified heavy-duty tester.
Randy, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're kind of running out of time.
Okay. All right. I don't know how many slides I have left, so let me go quickly through this one here because I think I'm real close to the end. Okay, Mac. The testers. The one big difference between the PSIP program and the HEI&M program is that the testing to become one of these testers is free. It's going to be online. It's video driven, 4 modules. Anybody can take it. Anybody can become certified, and it'll be available sometime toward the end of this year. It does have to be renewed every 2 years. And again, it's available to anybody that wants to become one of these certified testers. Let's see, freight and contractors. Another additional requirement for this rule is that any port or rail yard is going to have a requirement that they only hire compliant drivers. So we will be having reporting requirements for those types of locations, as well as any broker dispatcher like we had in the other regulations. And then finally, this is the ultimate timeline for the implementation of this rule. July of this year, we're going to be having certified tester training. It's not going to happen July, obviously. We're looking more towards sometime in the next month or so. January of next year is the high emitter the screening that is going to take place. And as I said, is already taking place by our enforcement division. It's just going to be more widespread. July of 2023 or no earlier than that is when the reporting system is available and the freight and contractor training or certification begins. And then finally, the actual testing requirements begin in early 2024. With that, I think that is the last slide that I have. This is just some information if you need more on this particular program. All right. I don't know that I have any time to answer questions.
Great. Thanks, Randy.
No problem.
Bruce, you want to come on?
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Randy. So next, let's see. I'm sorry. Are we going to do the evaluation? Do we have time for that? All right. So at this time, we are once again asking you to share your feedback on the presentation. It's really important. Helps us keep everything, as useful as possible. I'm going to have Tommy put the poll up for a few seconds now. So please answer the questions on your screen. And thank you very much. Tommy?
Yep, there we go. Have it up on there. Actually, you know what? I'm one ahead, so bear with me just a sec, folks. I'm going to close this. And let's go session 5. Hold on just a sec, folks. Yep, heavy duty inspections, relaunch. Okay, there you go. If you can please just take a moment, complete the evaluation. I'm going to go advance over to the next slide. Oh, I'll leave that up. So I'll give you guys about, let's say about 20 seconds before we move on to the next session here. All right, folks, about 8 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and close it out. Looks like we're about 43% going up. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating on that. Truly appreciate it. And then also Randy will be able to, he'll be in the background answering questions. So if you still have questions regarding that session, you can ask via the Q&A, and then he'll be able to respond through the Q&A widget. Ending the poll. Okay, Bruce, go ahead and just let me know when you'd like me to start the next presentation. I'll go ahead and run it.
All right, great. So next, we're going to have a short video. It's from Kathleen Mead, an air pollution specialist here at CARB. And she's going to share with everybody how CARB ensures your equipment meets requirements and is durable and made to last. So Tommy, start the video, please.
Very good.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Mead.
Oh, hold on
and
just
I
a sec.
work in CARB's Emission Certification and Compliance Division, where the products you purchased are certified. I'm here this morning to provide you with information on how we ensure the products you get meet the requirements and are durable through their useful life. Here are the several steps that CARB takes with manufacturers before and after the sale of a product to ensure the product you get meets the emission standards and is durable. After sale, steps such as warranty and in-use compliance activities directly support you, the end user. Our warranty and in-use programs ensure manufacturers produce durable emission control components for the useful life of the engine. These programs identify product issues and require manufacturers to provide extended warranties or to conduct recalls to correct failing emission control components. So how can we help you? CARB staff are here to help resolve issues with warranties, emission failures during useful life, and other end user issues. We work with all affected parties to find resolutions to your issues. CARB staff acts as a referee on warranty questions and disputes. Besides the base engine warranty, there are additional manufacturer warranties that you may not be aware of. In addition, if warranty rates are high, CARB can require extended warranties or recalls. Some fleets have saved upwards to $60,000 on past and present work done. Your proactive involvement with CARB on disputed warranty claims helps all fleets resolve claims when experiencing the same issues. In addition, we need to hear about failing components such as NOx sensors, engine gas recirculation or EGR, or selective catalytic reduction or SCR components. Once we are aware of the issues, we work with manufacturers to replace the failing part with the part that is more durable. To provide us information on an issue that you may be having with a warranty or product failure, please contact us by phone at 800-242-4450 or by email at helpline@arb.ca.gov. How can you help us? We need your truck to test to ensure the emission control equipment lasts for its required useful life. We are looking for well-maintained vehicles that have less than 435,000 miles on them for testing. If you choose to let us use your vehicle, we will do the restorative maintenance for it for free if it is due. We would provide you an incentive of $1,500 per week for each week of use. And when we're done, we fill up your tank with fuel and DEF upon return and provide it cleaner than it was when we received it. In addition, you get the knowledge that you are helping clean the air. Currently, we are looking for vehicles with 2019 model year DDC DD15 engines and 2019 PACCAR 13-liter engines. This is what a setup looks like. Here would be your tractor, and this is our testing trailer. You can see the testing equipment right behind the exhaust stack. So if you have a vehicle that you are interested in having us test, or you need to follow up on current recalls, please contact Juan Avila for the any kind of on-road vehicles or recall issues, and Julie Lee for any vehicles that you have that are off-road that may need testing or off-road issues. Thank you for your time.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so again, we're going to ask you to share your feedback on the presentation, and I'll ask Tommy to bring that up for a few seconds. So please answer the questions on your screen.
Yep, launching it right now. And folks, in the interest of time, once we get to about, well, if we get there quickly, I'll keep it open. But once I see it get to 50%, and if we're at a minute, then I'm going to go ahead and close it out. So please just give your feedback real quick. And then do we have Aldo on?
Yes, I'm on board.
Okay, thanks, Aldo, very much. Aldo Cheney, sorry, we have two Aldos on today.
That's right.
All right, folks, going to give you about 13 more seconds. We're at 41% participation. There it goes. It's going up a little bit more, a little bit. Last push. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll now. Thank you very much for your participation. And Bruce, if you want to go ahead and introduce the next session.
Sure. Are we not going to do the, there's one more poll to do, or are we going to do that, or just go right in?
Hold on just a sec.
I'm fine either way.
This is the pre-advanced tech demo pilots poll.
No, what I have here is that we have one asking what folks would prefer regarding breaks and lunch.
That one, I think in the interest of time, we'll hold that one off until later.
Sounds great. All right. Very good. So our next presentation will be another video, and it is a video of what we do in the field, what our enforcement staff does in the field if we pull your truck over on a roadside. And while that's a video, we do have Aldo Cheney on, who is an air pollution specialist in the enforcement division, to answer questions you might have. So put them in the Q&A, and we'll get some answers to them. Tommy, I guess roll the video, please.
Very good.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Mead, and I work in
California Highway Patrol pulls over a big rig to begin a heavy-duty diesel inspection. The CHP and California Air Resources Board do these all over the state because big diesel trucks and buses are the biggest emitters of cancer-causing black carbon. They are also major sources of other harmful pollutants, as well as greenhouse gases. Here you can see a typical heavy-duty truck inspection. The inspectors have pickup trucks that carry mobile inspection stations and offices. The office has laptops, printers, emission testing equipment, and anything else the inspector needs to perform a diesel vehicle inspection. Once the truck has come to a full stop, the inspector lets the driver know he is conducting a compliance inspection for the California Air Resources Board, or CARB. California's Health and Safety Code gives CARB the authority to conduct these inspections. The inspection begins with a check of the dashboard and the cab of the truck to see if there are any illegal modifications or any malfunctioning indicator lamps. This includes the check engine light and diesel exhaust fluid light. The inspector also checks the diesel particulate filter lights to make sure there are no problems with the filter. Once that inspection is complete, a visual snap idle test is conducted to determine the opacity of the vehicle's exhaust. If the opacity is close to the standard, full snap idle tests will be conducted using an opacity meter. Once the opacity of the vehicle has been assessed, the inspector asks the driver to turn off the engine, open the hood of the truck, and conducts the inspection of the engine itself. The inspector looks for a number of things to determine if the truck is in compliance with the diesel regulations. They verify that the engine has a legible emission control label. They check for missing, modified, or additional engine components that could indicate tampering. The inspector also checks to make sure the truck has a diesel particulate filter. If there's no filter, inspectors will check CARB's database to see if the truck is registered for a provision in the truck and bus regulation that allows it to operate without one. They also check the database to make sure vehicles are properly registered for the drayage rule, the transportation refrigeration rule, or the off-road rule, as appropriate. They may also test the urea content in the diesel exhaust fluid. Finally, the inspector looks for aerodynamic equipment on both the tractor and trailer to make sure they're compliant with the SmartWay program, which helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve fuel efficiency. If the truck is compliant with the heavy-duty diesel regulations, it's sent on its way. If the inspector finds a violation, a citation will be issued on the spot. Most inspections take less than 10 minutes.
All right, fantastic. Hey, April, do we have any questions for Aldo?
No, I think he answered them directly.
All right, fantastic. And I've been out a lot of times with our enforcement staff on those roadsides, and they do a really great job of looking the vehicle over. As it said, most of the stops are not very long. So I guess we will move into the evaluation. And
Bruce, there's just one question. I'm sorry,
all right.
there's one question.
No, great, thank you.
In the Q&A, it's regarding smoke capacities. Do they need to be calibrated on the same day as the test? So the opacity meters, they're already calibrated. They're factory calibrated. So when they do opacity testing in the field, the calibration is not necessary because it's been pre-calibrated in the field, and that's done annually.
Great. All right. Any others? Right, hearing none. Thank you, Aldo. Thank you very, very much. Okay. All right. So once again, we are going to ask for your feedback. As I've said, it's very, very important. It really helps us to fine-tune presentations in the event. And we'll leave this up for a few seconds.
We're about 30, almost 40%, Bruce. So I'll leave it up like 10 more seconds and then we'll go ahead and move on.
Sounds great.
All right, well, everyone, thank you very much for completing that poll. I'm going to go ahead and move us forward.
All
Okay.
right. So we have one more video, and then after that, we'll have a couple of live presentations I think you'll want to stick around for. It's on funding opportunities. But first of all, we do have a presentation from the commercial vehicles safety section of the California Highway Patrol. They're the folks that inspect your trucks and help us on the road pulling vehicles over for our inspections. And what they're going to do is they are going to be sharing the requirements of the motor carrier, or for motor carriers, of the basic inspection terminals, or BIT program. And this will include what documentation carriers must retain and present for a BIT inspection. So Tommy, roll that video, please.
Very good.
Hello, this presentation is brought to you by the California Highway Patrol Enforcement and Planning Division, Commercial Vehicles Section, Motor Carrier Safety Unit in Sacramento, California. Contact information for your local motor carrier safety unit will be made available at the end of this presentation. Terminal inspections have been conducted by the CHP since 1965 as a tool to determine if motor carriers are complying with the motor carrier safety regulations, particularly with regard to the legal requirement to maintain commercial motor vehicles according to a scheduled maintenance program or preventative maintenance program. The CHP's role is to determine whether carriers' selected maintenance schedules are adequate to prevent collisions or mechanical breakdowns involving the vehicles, and all required maintenance and driver records are prepared and retained as required by law. The following information you will see in this presentation can be found in summarized form on the California Highway Patrol website in the Terminal Manager's Compliance Checklist, the CHP 800D, under the Forms section, and is provided to assist motor carriers whose California terminals are subject to inspection by the department pursuant to Section 34501 of the California Vehicle Code. Any motor carrier, as defined in Section 408 California Vehicle Code, can improve its ability to pass such inspections by closely examining its own operations using the following guidelines. What is the goal of a terminal inspection? This is the goal: satisfactory, willing compliance. The CHP wants all motor carriers to be operating in a satisfactory capacity to ensure safe transportation on all of California's roads. The basic activity of the CHP's Motor Carrier Safety Unit is the inspection of terminals subject to specific sections of California Vehicle Code, Title 13 of the California Code of Regulations, and Title 49 of the Code of Federal Regulations. The terminal inspection is the activity where compliance is determined, violations are detected, corrections are required, and terminal ratings are assigned. So how is this accomplished? There are 4 categories of regulated matters which are inspected and evaluated to determine the terminal's overall compliance with laws and regulations relating to motor carrier safety. Regulated vehicles, which includes a sample of your fleet, maintenance program records, the records for those regulated vehicles that were inspected, driver's records, a sample based on the number of drivers, and hazardous materials, if applicable. A brief explanation of each category follows. Let's start with regulated vehicles. A sample of a motor carrier's fleet will be inspected according to the fleet size and applied separately to power units and trailers. The chart dictating the number of vehicles required to be inspected can be found in Section 34501.12 of the California Vehicle Code. As a small example, if you have 3 power units and 10 trailers, according to the chart, 3 power units and 4 trailers will be inspected. In an effort to expedite terminal inspections, on-highway vehicle inspections may be utilized to have less impact on the motor carrier's day-to-day business operations and to provide the CHP a more accurate picture of their preventative maintenance program. On-highway vehicle inspections are conducted at commercial vehicle enforcement facilities, also known as the scales, or by CHP mobile road enforcement officers on the roadside. Only Level 1 or Level 5 Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, commonly known as CVSA, North American standard inspections can be used, performed within the last 90 days prior to the terminal inspection. All commercial motor vehicle inspections conducted by uniform or civilian personnel are done by CVSA certified inspectors to ensure systematic, consistent vehicle inspections statewide. A CVSA Level 5 inspection is what is conducted at the terminal and includes each of the vehicle inspection items specified under the North American Standard Inspection Level 1 without a driver present. If an inspection determines the vehicle does not have any critical violations, a CVSA decal will be applied to the passenger side windshield. To clarify, any Level 1 or Level 5 inspection is acceptable for use as part of a terminal inspection, not just inspections conducted by CHP personnel, but any Level 1 or Level 5 inspection from any jurisdiction in North America conducted within the last 90 days prior to the terminal inspection can be used. The second inspection category is maintenance program. There are a few items that make up the maintenance program inspection: daily vehicle inspection reports, general maintenance, and periodic inspections. Daily vehicle inspection reports are required for vehicles operated out of California-based terminals. Interstate motor carriers based in California must also comply with these requirements. Regulation states each driver shall prepare a written report at the completion of each day's work for each vehicle operated, and any defects affecting the safe operation of the vehicle on highway must be repaired. The representative for the motor carrier, oftentimes the mechanic, must certify the defect was repaired or does not affect the safe operation of the vehicle before operating on highway. An owner-operator, meaning the owner and sole driver of a commercial motor vehicle, does not have to complete a daily vehicle inspection report unless towing units from another motor carrier. Then, a daily vehicle inspection report must be prepared and submitted for the trailers. General maintenance is the maintenance program created and managed by the motor carrier, and it includes all inspection, maintenance, lubrication, and repair records for the maintenance activities generated for each commercial motor vehicle. The motor carrier sets the intervals and requirements, possibly using the manufacturer's recommendations or their own internal guidelines. Motor carriers are responsible for ensuring all vehicles and accessories subject to their control are regularly and systematically inspected, maintained, and lubricated to ensure they are in safe and proper operating condition. Additionally, there shall be a means to indicate the types of inspection, maintenance, and lubrication operations to be performed on each vehicle and the date or mileage when these operations are due. This information can be documented in writing or by using electronic means. In the Golden State, regulation says inspectors who are conducting air brake inspections must be qualified in accordance with Title 49 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 396.25, as published on October 1st of 2014. Inspectors must understand the brake service or inspection task to be accomplished and can perform the task. They must be knowledgeable of and have mastered the methods, procedures, tools, and equipment used when performing an assigned brake service or inspection, and are capable of performing the assigned brake service or inspection by reason of experience, training, or both as follows. Brake inspectors must have completed an apprenticeship program, unless they have taken and passed a commercial driver's license air brake test, or have brake-related training or experience, or a combination of both, totaling at least 1 year. Motor carriers must maintain evidence of the inspector's qualifications during their employment and 1 year thereafter, except for those who have passed the commercial driver license air brake knowledge and skills test. The final aspect of the maintenance program records review is periodic inspections, commonly known as 90-day or BIT inspections. The periodic inspection is a motor carrier performed inspection required by Section 34505.5 of the California Vehicle Code, which states every motor carrier operating any vehicle described in subdivisions A, B, E, F, G, J, or K of Section 34500, except vehicles exempted specifically under Section 34501.12, shall, as a part of the systematic inspection, maintenance, and lubrication services required of all motor carriers, require the vehicle or vehicles for which it is responsible to be inspected at least every 90 days or more often if necessary to ensure safe operation. Vehicles which are out of service for periods greater than 90 calendar days are not required to be inspected at 90-day intervals if they are inspected prior to operation on the highway. This inspection shall include, but not be limited to, all of the following: brake adjustment, brake system components and leaks, steering and suspension systems, tires and wheels, and vehicle connecting devices. To assist motor carriers with compliance, the CHP provides a form titled CHP 108, Truck and/or Tractor Maintenance and Safety Inspection. This form can be utilized to assist with documentation of the required periodic inspections and provides an extensive checklist for inspectors to follow. Now let's move on to Category 3 of the terminal inspection, driver records. This portion of the inspection encompasses several items: hours of service and timekeeping, supporting documents, the Department of Motor Vehicles Employer Poll Notice Program, copy of the driver's public driving record, employment applications, and driver proficiency. Motor carriers are required to ensure all drivers are documenting their hours for each 24-hour period in duplicate. Compliance with this regulation is often achieved by using a logbook. Motor carriers must ensure drivers are completing hours of service documentation timely, truthfully, and accurately, as motor carriers are ultimately responsible for their drivers' actions. One exemption from the completion of a logbook is timekeeping. However, to qualify for this exemption, all of the following must be met. The driver operates within a 100 air-mile radius of the normal work reporting location. The driver leaves and returns within a 12-hour period. The driver has 10 consecutive hours off duty between work shifts, and the driver documents start time, end time, and total hours worked for each day. Another component of driver record review is supporting documents. In order to complete a thorough review of hours of service and timekeeping, the CHP will ask for supporting documentation. These records will be compared to hours of service entries to ensure accuracy. The Department of Motor Vehicles Employer Poll Notice Program is managed by DMV, and compliance is reviewed during a terminal inspection by CHP. Motor carriers must obtain an account and enroll all commercial drivers. This includes all Class A and Class B drivers, and any Class C drivers if they are required to have an endorsement, such as hazardous materials or a passenger endorsement. Casual drivers do not need to be enrolled. Part of the requirements of the DMV Employer Poll Notice Program is for prospective employers of a driver who will operate regulated vehicles must obtain a public driving record for the driver. The record is considered current if it was issued less than 30 days before the date the employer employs the driver. Motor carriers must review the report and then sign and date it to acknowledge the review. The report must be maintained until the DMV Employer Poll Notice report is received after enrolling the driver into the account. A DMV Employer Poll Notice report shall be obtained at least every 12 months. Motor carriers must verify the employee's driver's license is valid for the vehicles operated, ensuring the license has not been suspended or revoked. You must also verify required endorsements, review the traffic violation point count, if any, and whether or not the employee has been convicted of driving a vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Then, sign, date, and maintain the report until a new report is received from DMV every 12 months. Please note, a casual driver is not required to be enrolled in the DMV Employer Poll Notice Program as long as they are employed less than 30 days in the preceding 6 months and the employer obtained a current public driving record for the driver. Motor carriers who operate vehicles requiring a passenger endorsement cannot use casual drivers. Motor carriers must have each person seeking a driving position for a commercial motor vehicle submit an employment application. While you may ask for more information on an employment application, you must require the following information for the previous 10 years. The names and addresses of previous employers where they previously drove a commercial motor vehicle, the dates they were employed, and the reason they left. Please note, this requirement only applies to applicants who operated vehicles greater than 26,001 pounds gross vehicle weight rating or a commercial motor vehicle with an endorsement. The last piece of the records to be reviewed under the driver's records category is driver proficiency, commonly known as a road test. All motor carriers shall require that each driver demonstrate they're capable of safely operating each type of vehicle or vehicle combinations before driving those vehicles on a highway unsupervised. The driver's capability to operate the vehicle shall include special equipment. This requirement does not apply to a motor carrier who is the owner and sole driver of a vehicle or combination of vehicles. The last of the 4 regulated categories is hazardous materials. There are many aspects which must be reviewed to determine satisfactory compliance with hazardous materials and hazardous waste regulations found in Title 49 of the Code of Federal Regulations. Some of the items to be reviewed are the motor carrier's safety plan, documentation of training, including initial training, which occurs within the first 90 days of hire, recurrent training occurring every 3 years, and commodity-specific training. Motor carriers will also be inspected for compliance with regulations governing shipping papers, segregation and separation of commodities, marking, labeling, placarding, and verifying emergency response information. Determining whether the transportation of hazardous materials occurs inter or intrastate will tell the inspector the proper retention period for the documents. For an in-depth information about the hazardous materials portion of the terminal inspection, contact with your local motor carrier safety unit is recommended, as well as a thorough review of Title 13 California Code of Regulations, sections 1160 to 1167. Each of the documents reviewed on the previous slides have different retention requirements. For daily vehicle inspection reports, the retention period is the previous 3 months. General maintenance records are to be kept for 1 year. Periodic inspections are to be kept for 2 years. Hours of service, timekeeping, and supporting documents are required to be retained for 6 months. Driver proficiency for the duration of the employment of the driver. Finally, employment applications are required to be kept for the length of employment of the driver plus 3 years. After the completion of the terminal inspection, a safety compliance rating will be issued. There are 3 types of ratings: satisfactory, unsatisfactory, or conditional. A satisfactory rating can be issued even when deficiencies have been discovered, as long as highway safety is not jeopardized. An unsatisfactory will be issued when it is determined there is willful disregard or non-compliance with statutory or regulatory requirements. A reinspection of the unsatisfactory rated categories will be conducted in 100 to 120 days after the issuance of the unsatisfactory rating. Finally, a conditional rating will only be issued following an unsatisfactory when no unsatisfactory conditions exist, but more time is required to determine overall compliance. A conditional rating cannot be assigned to the vehicle's equipment category. A final review. A terminal inspection is a picture of the operation and safety management practices of the motor carrier, which provides the information needed to produce a report which will include specific direction on how to increase your compliance. This snapshot includes 4 categories: regulated vehicles, maintenance records, driver's records, and hazardous materials if applicable. If you have further questions, please contact your local motor carrier safety unit identified here by county. This contact information and a plethora of other helpful publications, including the previously referenced CHP 108 and CHP 800D, can also be found on the CHP website at www.chp.ca.gov. Thank you for listening to this presentation. Further questions can be answered by calling the California Highway Patrol Commercial Vehicle Section Motor Carrier Safety Unit at 916-843-3400 or at the website located at the bottom left of this screen. Safe travels.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm not going to repeat that number again. I believe it's dropped into chat and they just gave it. And I know there were a lot of section code numbers in there. I hope you took notes because there's going to be a test. No, there's not going to be a test on all those, but you guys obviously have to know all that stuff. So once again, we're going to ask you to share your feedback. There's the poll. Tommy has brought it up already, and we'll leave it up for a little bit, and then we'll I think give one more poll regarding the timing of the event. Tommy, you can tell me if we want to do it or not.
Yeah, no, that's so that's where I had it placed on there. So that'll be our next item when we go through this. Folks, we're going to try and get back on track with time. So we're going to go, we'll give you about another 30 seconds, 30 seconds. When I see we get up to at least 40% on our participation for this poll, and we'll go ahead and move forward.
And we're not doing too bad on time, I see, considering we're 5 minutes late from lunch. So hopefully we won't keep you all too long.
Yeah, and we have some polls we can move around if we need to. So
yeah, sure.
We can shift those back if we need to. But yeah, I think we're good.
Just tell me when, Tommy.
Yes, sir. All right. So folks, let's go 2 more seconds on there. And I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. All right. Thank you for your participation of the poll. I'm going to go ahead and end it. And again, if there's something that you want to address after the webinar is concluded, then you'll be able to do that as well. There, leave an open comment regarding a presentation. So thank you again to all who have participated in the session evaluation poll.
All right. All right, so we do have a couple more fairly short presentations, and as I mentioned earlier, those will be on various aspects of funding. But before we do that, we do want to ask you a poll about today. As you could, whoops, sorry, something just popped up on my screen there. The presentations, question and answer sessions for this event total approximately 5 hours. I know that's a long time, but we hope there's a lot of really good information there. But would you prefer the length to be? And then I guess you're going to bring up the possible choices, correct, Tommy?
Yes, sir. They're up right now, and folks are going through.
Oh, they are. You're right. I had to close that down. That's right. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Couldn't see past it.
Yep. So there, folks are participating in that, and you just let me know when you want me to close it. Right now, we're about 19%. So about 24, 25 out of 118.
Okay. I don't know, maybe leave it for another 20 seconds or so.
Okay. Very good.
Oh, great.
And just for a reminder of folks, we have also been dropping in chat links to the presentations just in case you were joining us for the afternoon session, not the morning session. And also Kelly just did put the option in for reaching out to the California Highway Patrol. So you have that in the chat as well. You can reference.
All right, tell me how we doing on answers.
We're at 33%. So just real quick, I'm just going to read your options for folks one more time through, and that way give you a little bit more time to kind of mull it over. So your options are A, make them shorter, make the presentation shorter. B, shorter, delete some of the presentations. C, take the same length of time. You've listened to all the presentations so far, not too long, not too short. We have option D, the same length of presentations, but split into 2 days. E, make some or all presentations longer. I want to know more. And then F, longer, add new presentations and other topics. So I think that's the poll's been up for about 2 minutes. So thank you for everyone that's participated. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll now. There we go. Great. And then Bruce, would you like me to share the results on this one?
Sure. Just quickly.
Yep. Okay, here you go. So you should be able to see the results popping up on there for you.
Okay, great. Well, and that's good to know. It looks like that most people think we're pretty much on track. So that's really good. But we always will look at all of the information you've sent us and again modify that. All right, Tommy, let's bring that down. And for the last two presentations, we have Boone Spaethevon, who will be giving them both. The first one, he's an air pollution specialist with CARB. I had the pleasure of being his boss for a while. First of all, what he's going to do is tell us about some of our pilot and demonstration projects that we've had over the years through our funding programs. Those are really critical because we've learned a lot of information from those, regarding how medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicles are working out in the real world. And secondly, he will then cover an overview of the incentive and loan programs that are available, many of which funded these projects, and how they can be used to help purchase newer, used, compliant, medium and heavy duty vehicles. So Boone's, take it away, please.
Sounds good, Bruce. Thanks. I'm actually going to turn my video off just to kind of conserve some bandwidth here. So, okay. So before I get started, again, we're going to start off with the Advanced Technology and Demonstration of Pilot Projects presentation. Before I do get started, I just want to say we've heard a lot from the small fleets, and one of their main concerns was about whether the zero emission technology works or not. So in this presentation, we're going to look at some of the pilot and demo projects that are happening throughout the state. I think there's a delay still. I'm trying to.
Yeah, Boones, you have control. Yeah, so there you go.
There we go.
And then just as a reminder on there for our interpreters, if you could, yeah, just a bit, please. Thank you.
Sounds good. So the heavy duty pilots and demos projects test out advanced technologies in real life conditions, and they work out the kinks. They test out the battery life, the duty cycle, and charging to decide what works and what doesn't. It's important because it advances the zero emission technology, so the technology can be brought to the commercial market. And without these pilots and demos, you wouldn't see the zero emission technologies that are on the market today. These projects are funded by the California Climate Investments, and many of them are located in communities of concern that are exposed to higher pollution levels near ports, rail yards, and warehouses all throughout the state. This is the Moving California website. If you get a chance, take a look at it. This link actually goes directly to the pilots and demos there's probably about 100 of them or so happening throughout the state. And the first project we're going to look at is the Goodwill Industries electric delivery vehicle project. And for this project, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District partnered with Goodwill Industries of San Francisco to deploy 10 battery electric delivery trucks. The objective of the project is to advance commercialization of zero emission technology in the delivery truck sector by demonstrating costs and benefits and providing a roadmap and the best practices for other fleets that are considering electric vehicles. The project included 10 BYD electric trucks, 1 debris hauler, and 11 vehicle chargers. All the vehicles are currently in use and have been serviced for the last 3 years. The electric box truck traveled 96,000 total miles, and the debris hauler traveled over 10,000 miles. The electric box trucks averaged a range of 50 to 90 miles per day, and the debris hauler averaged a range of 40 to 80 miles per day. And according to the Goodwill's operations team, the electric trucks required significantly less maintenance than the baseline vehicles. They estimated the reduction in maintenance to be about 60 to 80% from their baseline fleet. And again, this reduction is due to the diesel fleet's need for parts that are associated with maintenance, such as oil changes, replacement of fuel filters, alternators, water pump care, etc. As of September 2020, the project reduced over 12,000 gallons of diesel fuel usage, saving almost $50,000 in fuel costs for them. And if you have questions as we go through, go ahead and put them in the chat, and I think someone will let me know if there's a question that pops up. The next project is the Green On-Road Linen Delivery Project. It's the so the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District partnered with Motive Power Systems, Ameripride Services, and CalSTAR to deploy 21 zero-emission all-electric walk-in vans to be used in linen deliveries. These vans were spread out at 4 locations at the Central Valley, in Stockton, Merced, Fresno, and Bakersfield. All the vehicles are currently in use also, and the vehicles have logged over 230,000 miles already. All the zero-emission vans were used alongside Ameripride's conventional diesel and gasoline walk-in van fleet. And Ameripride was able to significantly reduce their fuel and maintenance costs. Ameripride reported that the overall operating cost of their zero-emission vans was 62% lower than their diesel fleet and about 47% lower than their gasoline-powered fleet. The current range of the zero-emission van is 100 miles. And in order for them to electrify their entire fleet, they would need the vans to increase to 250 miles to meet their needs. However, despite the needed extra range, Ameripride still submitted an order for an additional 50 zero-emission vehicles. The next project is the California Collaborative Advanced Technology Drayage Truck Demo Project. The South Coast Air Quality Management District partnered with the Bay Area, San Diego, San Joaquin Valley, Air Pollution Control Districts, BYD, Kenworth, and Peterbilt, and Volvo to demonstrate zero and near zero technology operating in and around the ports of Long Beach, Los Angeles, Oakland, Stockton, and San Diego. So covering all the ports throughout the state. Here's a list of the types of trucks that were deployed. At the last virtual one-stop, someone wanted information on the range of some of these Class 8 trucks. So wanted to kind of show the range of these vehicles. You could see that the battery electric trucks have a range of between 100 and 150 miles. Some of the CNG hybrid electric vehicles with 200 plus mile range. And then the diesel plug-in hybrid electric truck with 400 plus mile range. Currently, all the vehicles have been deployed except for one battery electric Volvo truck that will be deployed. Actually, that one was already deployed in last March, so all the trucks are deployed. Data is being collected on all the vehicles, and once it's complete, we'll share more information on kind of lessons learned. But we wanted to mainly show the range capabilities of the zero and near zero emission technologies here. The last project is the NorCal Drayage Fuel Cell Electric Truck Project. And I think the last virtual one stop, someone asked about, hey, are there any fuel cell projects? And there are actually a bunch that are happening throughout the state also. If you go back to that Booming California link, you can take a look. There's some that are happening, on the various project types. But this one is about to get underway. So the Center for Transportation and Environment and its partners will build 30 fuel cell electric trucks and a supporting hydrogen fueling station at the East Bay Municipal Utilities District Treatment Plant, which is adjacent to the Port of Oakland. The project will establish a high-capacity liquid hydrogen fueling station that will support more than 50 trucks and back-to-back fueling, with an expectation of completing a single fuel fill in less than 15 minutes. So pretty fast to get trucks in, fill them up. 15 minutes later, they're ready to go. So the big thing with these trucks is the range. These trucks are looking at 500-mile ranges. They can be used in multiple duty cycles. The trucks will be able to operate from Oakland to Sacramento, Stockton, Modesto, and Fresno on a single fill of hydrogen. And they'll be able to also operate as far as Bakersfield and return to Oakland in a single day because there's a refueling station in Fresno now. The fuel cell truck was already introduced last year in Switzerland, and it's proven its commercial viability through more than 1 million kilometers of driving in real-world conditions. So these are ready to go, and it's not like we're just testing them out. They've already been tested in Europe, so we know that they work, and looking forward to see the technology come to the U.S. for sure, especially with the 500-mile range. So just want to talk a little bit about the HVIP funds that are available. I'm going to cover it more in the incentives presentation, which is next, but kind of just wanted to run through some numbers of how many HVIP funded vehicles there were. Over 7,000 clean vehicles that were funded, $400 million to 1,400 plus fleets, 188 million cleaner than diesel miles traveled, 58% of those being deployed in communities of concern. And then there's the website for the HVIP website for more information on when the next funding cycle will be. That concludes this presentation. I don't know if there's any questions, Mac, or whoever's running this.
I will ask April to have a look and see. I don't believe there are, but please check, would you, April?
There was one question that came through, Bruce, via the chat.
Oh, okay. I didn't look at the chat. Hold on a moment. I guess we've lost April, so let me look over at the
I'm
chat.
here, Bruce.
Oh, all
Sorry.
right. I'll let you ask the question then.
I don't see it. Hold on. I'm also looking with you.
Give me a chance to grab my drink.
Oh, do the companies get to keep the demo equipment that they get?
Yes, actually, they do. The fleets that have them get to keep them and use them. So,
well, they purchased that, correct, Boons?
Well, most of the funds were coming from CCI, it was California Investment.
Correct, right.
But then there were also matching funds from the companies also.
Right.
So
it's no difference really than any of our incentive programs, I don't think, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So if there's no other questions, we'll do the poll. Did you want me to run through the poll, Bruce?
No, I'll do that.
Okay,
Tony,
please.
it looks like we've got is 3 parts or 3 separate. Oh, there we've got one. All right. So do the cost savings in switching from diesel to zero-emission vehicles lead you to consider purchasing a zero-emission truck or bus with the help of grant funding? So, Tommy, I'll leave it up to you to call this one time-wise.
Yeah. So folks, again, I'll just give you a little bit of time to contemplate. You have three options. You have A, yes, B, no, or C, maybe I'd like to see some more case studies. And then again, as Boone indicated, if you do have questions or any other questions that came up and we have time after we finish the next presentation, please do use the Q&A to ask the questions and not chat. That way, CARB staff is there to monitor the questions and they may be able to answer before the end of the presentation. So just quick reminder, chat is for technical difficulties, Q&A is for content related questions for our subject matter experts and our presenters. So with that, we're at 38%. I want to make sure that we stay on time. So I'm going to go ahead and end this poll. And then Bruce, I'll share and you can talk through the results.
Fantastic.
I had another question come in, and I think it says, do the OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, donate the equipment? I'm thinking the question is whether do they donate it afterwards, or they're actually keeping, or the fleets are keeping the equipment to use, but it's part of kind of combined effort as far as, the matching funds go in from both manufacturers and also the CCI funds.
Thank you, Boone. And as I said earlier, there is a part of the company's funds that go into this too. It's not really different than any of our incentive programs. So the big difference is that these folks are larger companies who are able to kind of take that risk and help us prove that equipment. But it's not a matter of, just giving them equipment necessarily. All right, Tommy, did we get answers on that?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and share the results here.
Thank you.
And then
Great.
we have two more polls that we'll run after this
one.
Right,
exactly, and we'll get to those quickly. Okay, so it looks like most people aren't really sure, which I'm not surprised by. There's a lot, as I mentioned in the very beginning of today, there's a lot of things that people still don't understand, and we'll be working on helping people understand those things. But a third of the people it sounds like, are very interested in it already. And maybe we can turn that 15% no's around sometime in the not too distant future. All right, Tommy, let's go on to the next one.
Yep, pulling it up now. Stop sharing, launch the next one, and here you go.
Great, okay. So if you don't plan on purchasing a zero-emission vehicle soon, what is your main concern? And we have they're too expensive, unproven technology, you're not sure how you're going to fuel and charge your vehicle. That's perfectly understandable. Too many unknowns. Range anxiety has been an issue for a long time. Range is getting better and better on these all the time. And then you already bought some, so you won't be buying any more. And we'll give about, 20 or 30 seconds here, Tony?
Yep, that's fine. So I'll turn it off when we're about 40 seconds. So let's go to about 1:10.
Yeah, that's perfect. I meant another, 20 or 30.
Awesome. All right, folks, about 5 more seconds, and then we have we'll share the results, and then one final poll for this section. All right, ending poll, sharing results.
All right, and it's kind of all across the board. Range does seem to be the biggest one. Again, not a surprise because people just don't know that much about the vehicles. And, technology just a couple of years ago, the range has improved dramatically since then. So, that and the cost, two big ones. Again, obviously, there's incentive funding, which will help a lot of people, we hope. And I think that might lead us, that's a good segue, I think, to the last poll question. Okay, so First of all, I'm just going to set this up really quickly as you get close to any compliance deadline you might have. So if you're in the Advanced Clean Fleet regulation, you're close to a compliance deadline, often incentive funding is not available. We don't pay for compliance, we pay for basically early reductions. So are you more inclined to take advantage of grant funding when it becomes available for the early purchase of zero-emission vehicles? Or would you wait until you're required by law to make the transition when no incentives can be utilized?
All right, we're at about 31%. And yeah, just as a reminder, your options are A, get grant funding towards the purchase of a zero emissions vehicle soon, or B, wait until a regulation requires that you switch to a zero emissions vehicles. And we've had it up for almost a minute now. Bruce, so we'll see if we can get a couple more folks in. We'll give you about 5 more seconds to complete, see if we can get it up a couple more percentage points. And there we go. Great. I'll go ahead and end the poll and share the results for you, Bruce.
Tommy, sorry, my screen is doing something very odd.
I believe I'm still screen sharing right now. You should see questions on there just in case anybody else had any other questions.
I know, I see it. No, something happened and half my screen went away. It's back now.
Okay.
All right. So are we ready to get the results up?
Yes, they are up for you, sir.
Oh, that I don't see. I'm gonna.
Okay. I can talk through it here just to give you a visual aid.
I don't know what's happened. Okay, yeah. Great.
No worries. So the results, we had 73% go with A, and that was grant funding towards the purchase of a zero emissions vehicle soon, and then 27% at wait until a regulation requires that a switch to zero emission vehicles.
Great, thank you. And obviously understand both sides, there's hesitation, but when there's a lot of grant funding available, we certainly encourage people to take advantage of that. Okay, so we have an evaluation of this session before our very last presentation. That last one, again, will be by Boons. But first of all, as we've been asking, please provide some feedback on the presentation, and we'll leave the poll up for a little bit here.
Yep, and so folks have started completing it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Again, as of all of these evaluations, they are anonymous, and then we use this data to help us tweak if we need to for our next one stop. So again, thank you for taking a moment to complete the evaluation. So
That's
we're at
a good point, Tommy. Yeah, we don't send enforcement out after you if you say something terrible about us.
Yeah. No, we don't do that. Okay, so we're at almost 50 seconds, so I'll give you folks about 8 more seconds to go ahead and last opportunity to go on this evaluation, and then we're going to move into our final presentation. Boons, I still have you as controlling the screen. I may reselect you just to make sure you're able to get onto it. So I'll go ahead and end poll. There we go. And let me just change Boons. I'm going to stop remote control and then reissue it to you.
Sounds good.
And you should be good to go once you click about 5 seconds, if you want to go ahead and advance.
All right, and I will turn it over to Boons. I think I introduced this part earlier, but this is about some of the funding programs that are out there. Take it away.
Great. Boons here again, and I'm gonna shut my video off for bandwidth issues here. But so in this presentation, I'll go over some of CARB's funding programs, and at the end of this presentation, I'll also provide you with some information about what the utilities offer too. Hopefully, the information I provide you will answer your questions. Keep in mind that the presentation is an educational plan. Some of the funding programs may not be currently available, but you should be aware of them so that you can take advantage of them in the future. So this slide shows the CARB truck and bus financial assistance flow chart. Be aware every funding program covered in this presentation has its own requirements and limitations. Before you apply, please make sure you're eligible for the funding. And as we go through each slide of this presentation, I'll provide you with kind of a general overview for each program, and you'll have a link to each of those programs where you can get more detailed information. Funding for newer diesel vehicles is generally not available unless the truck owner's compliance deadline is 2 years into the future, and the entire fleet must be in compliance. Unfortunately, grant funding for truck owners who are within 12 months of their engine compliance deadline or are already out of compliance is very limited or no longer available. The Truck Loan Assistance Program is still a viable option for many truck owner and operators who are currently out of compliance. But remember that this is a loan and it needs to be paid back, and it's not grant funding. There are more funding options available for advanced technology replacement projects, such as low NOx engines and all electric vehicle replacement projects. Advanced technology replacement projects are qualified to receive a higher incentive amount than their diesel replacement projects. And for those qualified applicants who meet the funding eligibility requirements, all 6 incentive programs listed here can be combined with the Truck Loan Assistance Program. So essentially, if you receive grant funding and let's say you had another $50,000 to go, you can also get a loan from the Truck Loan Assistance Program to cover that shortfall. This is the loan assistance is available to qualified truck fleets with 10 or fewer heavy-duty vehicles. Additional program criteria requires that an eligible trucking company must meet basic requirements by qualifying as a small business, which is identified as fewer than 100 employees, or generate less than $10 million in annual revenue and operate primarily in California. The loan assistance is available for used and new trucks with 2010 and newer model year engines, CARB certified to 2010 or later model year emission standards. And the engines can use diesel fuel, compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas, or other fuels, including zero-emission technologies. Trailers may be eligible for financing only in conjunction with an eligible tractor. Truck owners interested in this program should apply at the CalCap participating lenders, which is the link provided there. And also a list of these lenders and more information on this program can be found at the Truck Stop website also. If you haven't had a chance to take a look at the Truck Stop webpage, Google CARB Truck Stop, and it'll bring you to the Truck Stop webpage. A lot of information about the upcoming regulations that are available and also the incentives that are available. But lastly, I just want to say that we have the Zero-Emission Truck Stop, ZEV Truck Stop available also. So a lot of information there. If you're considering going ZEV, go check out that webpage. Staff has put in a lot of work to kind of put in, kind of improve that or section, or so take a look at it. The voucher incentive program is the VIP program. It's the on-road duty, heavy-duty voucher incentive program. Provides funding opportunities for small fleet owners with 10 or fewer vehicles to replace their older heavy-duty diesel and alternative fuel vehicles. The VIP program is administered by your local air district. So contact your local air district for more information. The basic requirements are your old truck must be owned and operated and at least 75% in California, operated 75% in California for each of the previous 2 years. Your old truck engine needs to be 2009 or older, and replacement can be new or used. Amount of funding is based on the engine model year, the annual usage, and the weight class. So the note that the replacement voucher ranges from $10,000 to up to $410,000 there. And lastly, your old truck will need to be scrapped. So one of the big differences between a lot of these programs and the HVIP program is that HVIP doesn't require scrappage. So, but all these other programs, which I'll also remind you, is that your old truck needs to be scrapped in order to get incentive funding for the new one. The funding agricultural replacement measures for emission reductions, the farmer program, provides funding for agricultural harvesting equipment, heavy duty trucks, agricultural pump engines, tractors, and other equipment used in agricultural operations. The local air districts oversee this program also, and they actually select which project types to fund. So not all air districts implement agricultural truck projects through farmer. So potential applicants should contact their local air district to learn more. And this program will pay up to 65% of the cost of replacement. To be eligible, trucks need to be used in agricultural operations. The replacement truck can be new or used. And again, the old truck needs to be scrapped. To date, farmer has allocated 11% of the $206.5 million allocated to the program, which equals to $22.7 million for agricultural trucks, which already funded over 200 ag truck replacement projects. The Carl Moore on-road heavy-duty vehicles incentive. It's available for replacement, repower, or conversion of vehicles with an engine model year that is 6 years or more of age prior to the calendar year. So 2016 engine model year engines and older are currently eligible. Old trucks need to be scrapped again. A replacement vehicle can be new or used. And the amount of funding is based on the engine model year, the annual usage, and the weight class. Kind of covered in last presentation, I ended with the HVIP program, which is the hybrid and zero emission truck and bus voucher incentive project. It's been a really popular incentive program. Folks have gotten a lot of money from this program to kind of upgrade their fleet to zero emission vehicles. HVIP is part of the California Climate Investments and is administered through CalSTART, which is a national nonprofit organization. HVIP provides incentives to accelerate the adoption of cleaner, more efficient trucks and buses. It works directly with dealers to apply the voucher incentive at the time of the purchase. And again, as I mentioned before, there's no scrappage requirement. So you get a vehicle through HVIP, you get to keep your old one if you want to keep it as a backup. I don't know, whatever. Use it as low usage for 1,000 miles, sure. It's available. The program is a first come and first serve basis. There's less paperwork for the purchaser because it's a point of sale voucher program. So take a look at their website there. Actually, a lot of good information on their website. You can see the types of vehicles that are available. Plenty of zero emission options on that webpage. So take a look at it. The community air protection CAP incentives program. It's available to replace older, high polluting vehicles and equipment with newer, cleaner models, primarily in the disadvantaged communities and the AB 617 communities. The CAP program is a community-based program that has a primary objective to assist community concerns and priorities to provide immediate air quality benefits. CAP incentives are administered by the local air districts. And since the program started, a total of $704 million has been allocated to that program. And I just want to mention that the $704 million is going to lots of different kinds of projects and not just on-road projects. Are there any questions? I just want to take a little bit of break here. I want to make sure there's no questions that we've skipped. And if not, then we'll continue.
Hey, Boones.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you plan to cover any ETRU grant information?
I don't have it in here, but
Okay.
you know, can you drop him? Can you get it or him or her's contact information? I can follow up. Specifically?
Yeah, I believe Katie sent them a link as well.
Oh, perfect. But if he wants to talk to somebody, you know, we can provide assistance too.
And Boone's are there more slides left, or are we?
Yeah, no, we got a few more to go here.
Okay, why don't we go through those and then we'll get back to the questions on that.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, thanks, Boone's. Thank you.
Just a matter of time. Okay,
Yep.
Let's jam through these. So the next one is the Volkswagen Environmental Mitigation Trust that provides a total of $360 million for California to mitigate excess NOx emissions caused by VW's illegal use of emissions testing defeat devices. So for the heavy duty sector, I'm going to kind of cover in 3 slides, 3 different categories: the zero emission transit, school, and school bus category. Then there's the zero emission Class 8 freight and port drayage trucks category, and also the combustion freight and marine projects category. So there are $130 million funded for zero emission transit, school, and school bus category. This program is administered by the San Joaquin Valley Air District, and it actually experienced a high record demand for zero emission school buses. As a result, the applications for school buses are no longer being accepted. However, money for transit and shuttle buses are still available. Applications will be awarded on a first come, first served basis. And during the project's 10-year period, approximately 425 vehicles will be replaced with incentive amounts of up to $400,000 per vehicle. Probably about 4 more slides to go here. The next one's category is intended to support the expansion of zero emission truck availability in the heavy weight class, which is typically relied on diesel technologies. There's $90 million in funds allocated to zero emission Class 8 freight and port drayage trucks category. This program is administered by the South Coast Air Quality Management District. And I do want to note that they are accepting applications right now. Actually, no, I'm sorry. They will be accepting applications starting at 1 p.m. on August 9th. So if you signed up on their listserv, you should have got a message saying, hey, the window is going to open at 1 o'clock on August 9th. So if you haven't signed up, think about signing up so you'll get notifications of when things open up and when the deadlines are for applications. So again, applications will be awarded on first come, first served basis. Funding is available to replace Class 8 freight trucks which includes drayage trucks, waste haulers, dump trucks, and concrete mixers. Existing vehicles must be an engine model year between 1992 to 2012 and be compliant with all applicable regulations. Replacement technology needs to be zero emission, and existing vehicles must be scrapped. Fleets must be in compliance with all applicable regulations again. This category is intended to accelerate the replacement of older, higher polluting engines throughout the state of California, including, but not limited to those areas that are disproportionately impacted by air pollution, such as freight corridors, ports and rail yards. This program is administered by the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and a total of $60 million in VW funds are allocated to this category, including the first installment of $30 million. The first solicitation was undersubscribed, however, resulted in awarding a total of about $4 million, and over $20 million project funds are still available. And again, this was combustion, freight, and marine projects category. Through SB 350 Transportation Electrification, the California Public Utility Commission has approved $686 million and authorized 3 large electric utilities in California, which include San Diego Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, and PG&E to support the electrification of medium and heavy duty sectors. This investment will support charging for 18,000 trucks, buses, and off-road vehicles, pay for the design and electrical service upgrades for customers' property, and rebates are available for chargers in disadvantaged communities. This slide provides you links to other incentive programs that are available. You got the California Public Utilities Commission website, we just talked about, to find more rebates and incentives. PG&E has their EV fleet program, which is a comprehensive program that includes incentives and rebates, site design, permitting, construction and activation, maintenance and upgrades. Also, the Southern California Edison Charge Ready Transportation Program gives businesses the opportunity to install infrastructure to support a fleet of medium and heavy duty electric vehicles at low or no cost. So pretty good deal. We look at them. San Diego Gas and Electric works with fleets from the initial infrastructure planning stage through the design, construction, and ongoing site maintenance. So there's a lot of support out there. You know, if you're worried about, trying to figure out, oh, what do I do about infrastructure, or I have no idea about permitting, reach out to the utilities. They're there to help. So SMUD also has their commercial EV program, which provides rebate funds for level 2 and DC fast chargers. And the California Energy Commission website has a lot of information about funding opportunities for infrastructure. That's their main focus. The Alternative Fuels Data Center is a database for all the California laws and incentives related to alternative fuels and advanced vehicles for California. And then the Empower Innovation, which is run by the California Energy Commission. Their website has a lot of funding opportunities for infrastructure also. So last slide again, to find out more information about CARB's incentive programs, please visit CARB's Truck Stop Financial Assistance website. Again, when you're there, check out the ZEV Truck Stop. So we're trying to push that to kind of get some information, more information out there. And that pretty much concludes my presentation. Do we have any questions there?
All right, hold on. We'll go to April in just a moment. Thanks for the plug for the ZEV Truck Stop also. And just one thing before we go to questions, I do want to let folks know, I know there's probably a lot of smaller owner operators on today. And, we've talked about bigger companies in many cases getting funding. Not only we, but the California Energy Commission, who, as Boone said, is the main supplier of funding for infrastructure. We are working with smaller fleets. We are going to continue working with them, and we're already developing programs that will help get that money to those smaller fleets even more so than maybe the larger fleets. So, we talked about demo projects. There was a necessity for the bigger fleets that could afford the risk, maybe to be the early adopters. But now we really want to make sure that funding is available all the way around. April, do we have any questions?
Just one. Somebody was asking if low NOx vehicles include battery electric.
So battery electric, I'll jump in, I guess. Battery electric would be considered zero emission. So if I'm understanding the question correctly, I mean, just because it's zero emission, I guess you would consider it low NOx. Yes, it would be zero NOx.
Bruce, can I jump in real fast? Is this, I'm not sure if the question is about the VW funding, that it's covered combustion, freight, and marine project categories, because that's what covers the low NOx.
I see.
And that's only for pretty much this type of replacement. It's not really covers a zero emission.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mac.
Thanks, Mac.
All right. Any other questions, April?
Not right now.
Okay, great. We have one last evaluation. We're going to ask you, as we always do, to take a quick poll, a quick survey on how the presentation was. Tommy, I'll ask you to put that up, and we'll give you a little bit of time to get to it. Then we have a few closing remarks, and you've made it through the day.
Yeah, Bruce, there was one thing. There was a post-funding op presentation poll question. So I'm going to launch that.
Okay.
And yep.
It's not on my information here, so sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. I'll go ahead and I'll take ownership of reading it on here, and then we have the session evaluation. And so this one is what types of support beyond funding should CARB ensure is available to fleets for the use of zero emission trucks? And so you have several options here. I'll read through them, just give you guys time to contemplate which ones is going to work for you. So we have A, training classes on the basics of zero emission technology and operation. B, training classes on new regulatory requirements. C, testimonials from truck fleet owners who have used zero emission vehicles. D, recognition for fleets that use zero emission trucks. E, assistance in choosing the right vehicle for your fleet. F, assistance for planning charging infrastructure needs. G, training in local organizations so they can assist their community members. And H, other.
Tony, I'm glad you caught this one, because this might be, well, for me, and in my opinion, this is the most important poll of the day. Please provide an answer for us here, because we are, as I mentioned a couple times, we are looking at ways to assist everybody in this rather new world of zero emission vehicles.
Awesome. And then we did we did have an attendee ask all of the above. That wasn't an option when I was loading them on here, but that maybe we can add it for the next time.
And you know what? Well, I personally will consider all of the above. But what are the ones maybe that are the most important that we should do first? You're right. That's something that we're struggling with even now. Is there are so many things that we know people need some help with, assistance with, and what do we triage? We need to get to all of them. What are the critical ones first?
Awesome. So we're at about 48%, and yeah, so I think we'll go ahead and close that out, and then I'll share the results here for you.
And thank you everybody for answering.
Yeah, and so Bruce, just let me know, are you able to see the results?
I am, thank you.
Okay, so I'll let you go ahead and take over.
Okay, so it does look like the big one here is training classes on new regulatory requirements, which will be mostly the zero emission vehicles. I'm actually surprised to see that nobody said training classes on the basics of zero emission technology. We are actually planning on doing that. We've heard from a lot of folks that's what they need. So some of the other big ticket items, though, assistance choosing the right vehicle, and in part, that's what that training will help you do that we're talking about. And same thing there. People have really singled it out. I like that you've said, how to choose the vehicle, how to, what do I do with the infrastructure? How do I charge it? What am I going to do? So if you put those two together, that's by far the big ticket item. And that's great. Because again, that's exactly the kind of help that we're trying to, along with all these other things, but that's really one of the key things we're highlighting first. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Then Tommy, I think we'll close this down. Go to the evaluation, please.
Okay, yes, sir. It's posted. So last one, well, let me rephrase that. Almost last one of the day. When we conclude the webinar, we'll have an overall evaluation. And in that evaluation, you'll have the opportunity to leave some open comments as well. To be clear on that survey evaluation for the webinar, that is also, you can also make that anonymously. So. And we're at about 38%. We'll get it if we can get it up to about a little bit more than 40% participation. It's going up now, so we'll give it about another 10 seconds. About 10 seconds. All right, folks. So we're going to go ahead and close it out. And thank you again for everybody who's been participating on the polls today. It does really help us out.
Great,
okay,
Tony.
So and the poll there.
We're going to close out the entire day.
Yep.
First of all, thank you everybody for not only coming, sitting in, getting information from us, but providing us information with things like these polls and surveys. Extremely, extremely helpful. Thank you. Pardon me. If you want to ask questions about your specific fleets, whether they be on-road or off-road, whatever the question is, there's a couple of reporting. If you typically report or you need to report, there are a couple of reporting systems. One is and we mentioned both of them, I think. One is our trucker system. One is our door system for off-road. If you have questions about those, there's two places you can go. We have our diesel hotline, and they operate Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And I'm not going to read the whole number off. I think you'll have that in chat. But the short version is 1-866-6-diesel. So that's 1-866-6-diesel. And the off-road line, same hours, that is 818-777-59-DOORS. DOORS, and that's the DOORS, the off-road reporting system. The DOORS is short for that. So again, that's 1-877-59-DOORS. Look in the chat. You'll get all that there. Also, visit our truck stop website. I rarely even give the address out. I just say do a Google search for CARB truck stop. It'll be the first thing that comes up. You can get links to a lot of this information there. As I said, though, the numbers will be in chat. We will be making recordings of this available. Keep a tab on our training and events page. At least one way to that is, again, from our truck stop website. So check back in a few days if you missed any of the presentation, or just want to listen and see what you might absorb a second or third time. I know I always do that. Please go there. Feel free to use feel free to look at the recordings. We will post the recordings in English, Spanish, and Punjabi. So, whatever you were tuned into, you'll be able to hear the recordings in those same languages. And that's another thing that we'll put in chat is the link to the training and events webpage. So thank you, as I said. Also, as I mentioned, kind of stay tuned, watch our webpage. Again, especially Truck Stop, we're building all the time. We're building zero emission information on there. as I've noted, and as I think you all realize, there's so much to put out that we are, we're building what we can as we can. In addition, that'll be a great place to keep watch for any of the informational webinars and so forth that we're going to offer. So I think that's all I have to say. Tommy, you said there is one last overall evaluation, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. And actually, I'm going to, just so we can relaunch one more time, just so we can keep tabs. I'm going to relaunch this poll one more time. I won't publish the results, but if you can, one more time, just want to see our participation level, see how many folks that we had, primary English, but also to supporting our folks who needed Spanish translation. It's looking like it's about the same as it was earlier today. So I'm glad that we offered actually it went up for Spanish, so that's great. We really do, for anybody that did use the Spanish translation channel and or the Punjabi channel, please do go ahead and select that. Looks like we're good there, and we're at time, so I'm going to go ahead and end that poll, and that just gives us some data post webinar. So final slide. Yeah, as soon as I end the webinar today, there's going to be an evaluation that's going to ask you 3 multiple choice questions, I believe, and then a couple open-ended ones as well. And if for any reason that you don't get it once I close out the webinar, it doesn't pop up for you, don't fret. A reminder will go out tomorrow morning, I believe, just for anybody who did not complete the evaluation. So really does help us when we get into planning stages for the next CARB one stop in terms of what Bruce and his team need to prepare for, content and all that good stuff. So we really do look at that information and help us tweak on anything that we need to for the next one stop. So Bruce, that's all I have. I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. Well, I really don't have anything else except one last time. Thank you very much, everybody. And keep a watch on our web pages for any upcoming events. And with that, Tony, I think we're signing off, except for you'll be putting the survey up, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm going to go ahead and end the webinar. And as soon as I do that, it should pop up for you. If it doesn't, it'll get sent out to you tomorrow. So again, thank you, everyone, for spending the day with us. Have a great week, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.